Let's call the meeting to order. And we have folks in the room that may want to testify. So let's just start. Does anybody else want to address the public records legislation in the room? And Mr. Russ sent me something to read. I'll try to find that. And while you guys are getting situated, I'll read this from Sandy Russ from Jackson. Thank you for the opportunity to address the committee. I appreciate it. I wholeheartedly support the idea that government agencies should do as much of their work as possible in the public's view and allow easy access to public records. I believe our Public Meetings and Public Records Act must work together. For when a government agency circumvents one, either intentionally or accidentally, it almost always avoids the other. In a minute, I'll offer some examples of how St. John's Hospital in Jackson did that. But first, I want to suggest that both our Public Meetings Act and Public Records Act are lacking because they lack specificity that's required for governmental officials to know and understand what is and is not permitted. They are too skeletal, and a lot of meat needs to be added to the bones for them to become healthy and effective. So I joined Darlena Potter in urging you not to consider the minor issues, fees and fines, that were discussed this morning, but instead thoroughly revisit both acts in a future session. As she said when she concluded, let's do it right. To support what I just said, here are 3 examples of what the St. John's did. I'm not sure I'm going to. Well, they're short. Regarding public records. In one instance, they told a requester he would have to deposit $50,000 in 10 days or his request would be closed. Regarding public meetings and committees, the trustees chair wrote in an affidavit, because we have 7 trustees and 4 constitute a quorum, we never put more than 3 trustees on a committee. Otherwise, committee meetings would have to be held in public. End quote. Regarding executive sessions, on one occasion, they discussed the design and construction of a building that would be used for employee housing. In another, they talked about how to hire a lobbyist to help get that onto the SPET tax ballot initiative. Clearly, those subjects should have been addressed in a public meeting. Finally, please extend the Public Records Ombudsman's authority to the Public Meetings Act and give that office far more enforcement power than it currently has. Thank you very much. That's Sandy Russ from Jackson, who we were unable to get online earlier. So with that, who's going to go first? Madam Mayor?
Thank you. I appreciate the time, Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Leah Juarez, and I serve as the mayor of Mills. I'm here on behalf of our city employees to share serious concerns about how the proposed changes to public records, timelines, and penalties would affect our ability to serve residents accurately, lawfully, and on time. Our city is operating with reduced staffing due to budget constraints. The employees we do have are fully engaged in keeping daily operations running, utilities, public safety support, permitting, and constituent services. Records requests are important, but they are often require follow-up clarification with the requester to ensure accuracy and completeness. Those exchanges can take several days before any document review even begins. Compressing the statutory window to 10 days is quite simply impractical, especially for complex or large volume requests. I say this as somebody who has been on both sides of this process, as I have personally received a records request bill with an estimated cost of $28,000 to fulfill. The proposed timeframe does not reflect the reality of such requests. This change would also strain our already overburdened district attorney's office. Monitoring compliance, issuing penalties, and handling appeals would divert resources from core public safety work. That office has already transferred casework to the city because of their workload. In the last 8 months, Mills received 3 exceptionally large requests from companies seeking to profit from the residents' data. These require extensive staff time and careful review. There is no feasible way to process these requests of that magnitude in 10 days without risking errors or omissions. Police body-worn cam footage requires meticulous review to protect minors, victims, and active investigations. This means redactions and legal checks. Rushing that work increases the risk of privacy breaches and legal exposure. 10 days is not realistic for those cases. I share the Ombudsman's concerns. These changes would increase workloads, exacerbate backlogs, and ultimately delay the delivery of accurate, law-compliant information to the public. Imposing fines of up to $2,000 on city employees for missing an unachievable deadline is counterproductive. Our workforce is already under significant pressure. Punitive measures will undermine the morale and harm retention without improving transparency. Transparency is a core democratic value. It is best served by a process that is thorough, accurate, and achievable. As drafted, this bill would undermine that balance. I respectfully urge the committee to reconsider and pursue solutions that protect public access and reflect operational realities. And if I have a moment, I quickly searched the 3 most recent FOIA requests that the city received. Without going into too much detail about it, I just wanted to read the first one. Provide the most recent copies of invoices, bills, and subscription statements for all software, internet, phone, cellular, broadband, and cloud services from 2023 to present. Include the most recent invoice for all related purchases for your agency and all associated agencies if multiple are controlled by the same entity. Provide the latest billing document for each vendor, even if outside of the state range. That was just one request. That's almost impossible to do in 10 days. Let me just quickly read you one more. So I think this one's more impactful. Any and all correspondence, including but not limited to voicemails, emails, text messages, instant messages, and letters between the municipality, its agents, employees, officials, and any of the target parties. There's just no way. There's no way. I mean, 30 days was rough with that request, but those are the 2 most recent FOIA requests we've had. And that's just a quick email search. So just to give you some overarching idea of what we are being asked, it's not as simple as, give me my utility bills for the past year. These are very detailed requests. So, and with that, I stand for questions, and thank you for your time.
Any questions for Mayor Juarez? Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. So, Madam Mayor, thank you for being here today. So those last 2 requests, can you give us an idea of where those requests came from? And the second part of the question is, what percentage of these requests that our small municipalities are getting are local versus these national and international data mining sorts of things? Can you give us even a wag?
I think
Mayor Juarez.
Yeah, predominantly, and thank you, Senator Landon and Chairman, predominantly it's local requests. I think our police department's probably the most heavily burdened with these requests, be it lawsuits, insurance, just regular citizens, residents wanting to have clarification on why they received a ticket or their own defense, self-defense in courts. I'd say maybe 5% is these very large third-party vendors trying to source data. Their intent is to turn it around and sell it to the public unknowingly. The public might fall into that as prey. It's predominantly local, but one of the big ones is called FOIA Buddy, and that one has come through, and they've asked for some pretty broad things. Another one of the requests was all of our police department records for every interaction. So it's pretty big, yes. Thank you.
Anybody else? Questions for Madam Mayor? Thank you. Mr. Winning.
Mr. Chairman, Bill Winning from Sublette County. I'm speaking here with regard to the smaller special districts. And just to add on a little bit to what the mayor just said, I believe you should differentiate between private citizens looking to see how their district is working and business type requests where they're trying to gather various business informations. Some years ago, I sat in on testimony on a bill when you were down in the Jonah building, and Senator Scott, the testimony included discussion of embezzlement, and Senator Scott was sitting there shaking his head saying, how does this happen? Well, things happen like that when nobody's checking. I think you should look at special districts and there should be no fees for inspection of their records. You should recognize that those kind of fees can be a weapon designed to prevent inspection of records. I asked to inspect records in my district some years ago. They said, well, you got to sit down with our accountant and pay the accountant's hourly rate. And so I agreed to do that for a little bit. I got in there and there were two board members who so distracted the discussion that it was utterly useless. So my point for you is simply, if you want to have people interested in looking, I'm not talking about asking for copies of things. I'm talking about just inspecting records. I inspected many records in my time on active duty in the nuclear Navy, but that kind of inspection should not be charged for. Subject to your questions, I believe you should alter this legislation to state that there will be no fee for inspection of records, special districts, or perhaps some other kind of sideboards versus larger organizations. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Winnie? Any questions? Thank you, Mr. Winnie. Yes, sir, go ahead.
Yes, my name's Ross Schriftman, citizen living here in Casper. I wanted to share with the committee briefly my experience with public records. I've had a positive experience both at the state level with an agency, school district, and also with our city of Casper. City of Casper has of course, larger than a lot of communities. We have a staff member that does an excellent job in fulfilling her responsibility to provide records. In most cases, I get the records within 10 days. If she needs more time, she lets me know. She lets me know in advance in one situation that there'd be a fee, and gave me the opportunity to decide if I wanted to pay the fee. I have two suggestions, one for the public and one for the members of this committee. For the public, many times you can find what you're looking for on the government entity's website. I do that first. If I can't find it myself, that's when I reach out either to a member of council or to the public records person to get that information. Sometimes it might be maybe minutes of a meeting several years ago that I'm not sure what the document I'm looking for is in that particular situation. Also, our council will send out notices of the meetings in advance, giving us enough time to look at not only the agenda, but also the materials that are going to be discussed. For the committee, there was a discussion this morning about the penalty going to $2,000. My feeling is it might be a little bit, you might want to consider a little bit higher because it's intentionally trying to prevent the public from seeing something. And I've been active in politics since I was 13. I'm a little older now. And red flags pop up sometimes when somebody's being abusive or not trying to share information that might be helpful. So thank you. I'll stand for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Schiffman. Any questions for Mr. Schiffman? Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Ms. Harpstreet, welcome.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, my name is Ashley Harpstreet. I'm the Executive Director for Wyoming Association of Municipalities. We jumped up here real quick so we can get our local governments up. And if you don't mind, Mr. Smith, I'm going to ask if I can have one of my.
Absolutely.
Thank you. One of my members
I thought
join
that
us.
was my job. I don't know.
Thank you.
I've been run over.
I'm joined today by our board president and mayor of Pinedale, Mr. Matt Murdoch, and also our Riverton City Administrator, Kyle Butterfield. We appreciate the opportunity to speak with you and provide insight into how Wyoming's municipalities manage public record requests and to share our perspectives on the proposed legislation with you. Let me begin by affirming our shared commitment to transparency and timely access to public information. Our member communities understand the importance of public trust and accountability. However, we must be realistic about the operational changes municipalities face, particularly those that are short-staffed and stretched thin. The accelerated timelines proposed in these bills, while well-intentioned, risk undermining the very goal of producing thorough and accurate, responsive records. We are increasingly concerned about the weaponization of public records requests. In recent years, we've seen a troubling trend out-of-state entities submitting broad, burdensome requests to all 99 of our members. I personally have seen a couple of those in my tenure in the last year. These requests often appear retaliatory in nature and divert valuable time and resources away from essential public services. This is not transparency, it is disruption. Additionally, we are alarmed by the potential penalties for releasing redacted materials. Redaction is a necessary and legally protected practice to safeguard sensitive information. Penalizing municipalities for good faith efforts to comply with the law creates a chilling effect and discourages our responsiveness. WHAM has been very proactive in supporting our members through collaboration with the Ombudsman's Office, helping communities navigate complex requests to improving their processes. And there's, as I know it, only 3, and I think we're all cleared up at this point. I'm proud to report that we are in a strong position today. So we believe there is a path forward with thoughtful safeguards and a collaborative approach. We can uphold our transparency while protecting our communities from abuse and administrative overload. We are ready and stand to work with this committee to craft solutions that are fair, functional, and future focused. To speak more specifically and give you more tangible thoughts of how this is working on the proposals before you, I'd like to turn it over to our board president.
Committee, would it be okay if we heard from all the WHAM representatives and then did questions? Is that okay? All right. Mr. Murdoch, Mayor Murdoch.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, thank you very much for your time. My name is Matt Murdoch. I am the mayor of Pinedale, as well as the president of the Wyoming Association of Municipalities, which today represents all 99 cities and towns within the state. Our request today is simple: keep transparency strong and workable, and keep voluntary associations of local governments clearly outside the scope of the Public Records Act. On records, we support prompt access, and most requests are fulfilled quickly. Where things break down and are complex, multi-custodian email polls, as you heard from the mayor from Mills, privilege reviews, and redactions of personnel or security-sensitive data. A town with 1 clerk or treasurer and a 10-day clock is not reform, it's actually a failure point. We recommend a 3-day business day acknowledgement, up to 30 days for production or schedule, tolling for third-party notice and privilege review, and a reasonable cost recovery for large or technical polls, paired with a good faith safe harbor. These changes would deliver more accurate records, fewer mistakes, and fewer fights. This is not just a question of timelines, it is about preventing weaponization of the Public Records Act. In recent years, Wyoming towns and counties have faced requests clearly intended to overwhelm limited staff, not to obtain specific information. Such tactics can be used to harass local governments, exhaust resources, and chill legitimate public debate. Outside groups, sometimes from far beyond Wyoming, target hot-button local issues like water rights, wildlife management, generating chains of requests designed to consume resources and disrupt operations. Even in small towns, records like HR files must be clearly reviewed and redacted to protect personal privacy, which takes time. And too often, these requests are burdensome. Fishing expeditions to prove a negative, forcing staff to scour files to demonstrate that something doesn't exist. The result is often the costly diversion of taxpayer-funded staff from serving their own residents to satisfying the strategic goals of outside factors. WHAM is actively involved, as Ashley mentioned, helping towns like Manderson improve their public records compliance, and as even discussed, offering shared or finance support services so that smaller towns can meet obligations without disproportionate cost or strain. On association records, WHAM, I was just going to say, we are under 501c6, and we're not created by statute, and we don't exercise sovereign power. So these are outside of public records requests. WHAM is, as memberships are approved in public meetings, and all the discussion that we have within our town councils as well as the board. Extending the Public Records Act to member-funded associations would invite serious legal challenges and is likely to fail under existing precedent. It infringes on Article 13's guarantee of municipal self-government and raises First Amendment concerns under the NAACP versus Alabama, as well as Americans for Prosperity Foundation versus Bonta. Courts have struck down similar compelled, where did it go? Sorry. Similarly compelled.
Just got struck down.
Disclosure, it did, right there, off a screen, when they target specific associations without a narrowly tailored compelling interest. Wyoming's own statutes and constitution already provide transparency through public budgets and audits. Expanding the act to reach private associations would exceed legislature's lawful authority. If transparency is a concern, municipal budgets, annual independent audits, and in Pinedale's case, we've had over 9 federal single audits due to significant federal grants, and the lobbyist registrations do disclose what we spend and why, without forcing access to internal strategy files or member communications. And if the goal is to limit outside influence, well, it's worth looking elsewhere as well, and we can talk about that further. Mr. Chairman, we want to offer solutions. We obviously want to strengthen transparency. We agree with some of these speakers. We are here to provide open government. It's one of the reasons we, as we said earlier, make announcements, put our agendas out, post our minutes. It's one of the reasons why losing 8 newspapers in one fell stroke is so painful to us. We want to work, but at the same time, we have to have laws that allow us to do it within the ability of our own staff. As the Mayor of Mills pointed out, some of the requests that come our way are very large, and we need to be aware that we are getting requests from way outside the state that have no interest in a better government in Wyoming, but rather proving their own negative. I stand for questions, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. We're going to go through the panel. Mr. Butterfield.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Kyle Butterfield. I'm the City Administrator for the City of Riverton, and it is a pleasure to be with you today. My goal is not to repeat testimony that's already been provided, but just to reinforce. In Riverton, and I would say I can speak for a lot of the municipalities as well, but I don't dare to speak for someone else. But in Riverton, our culture is transparency. We're blessed to have a good community, a good government, and I agree with testimony that's already been provided that we should be transparent. I know for me, when I got into my career in government work, it was to serve the community that I worked in. The people that request records from us are the same people that we see at church, at the grocery store, and everywhere else in the community. Our goal is to work with our residents and our constituents. I would like to say that in the City of Riverton, we receive about 1,100 public records requests annually, and I'm happy to report that we fulfill those. We agree and believe that government record requests should be fulfilled in a timely manner. The majority of our requests are fulfilled without seeking fees or compensation. The public records fee schedule that we have in Riverton is such that if the record is readily available, within 1 hour of staff time, we release it immediately and do not charge anything. I'd like to highlight the work of our staff, our Administrative Services Director, our City Clerk and Treasurer, who keep their records organized in such a way that we can respond to record requests in a timely manner so that government is transparent. However, as it has already been testified, we do receive requests from outside entities. We also receive requests from other entities that require a significant amount of time to compile and also redact so that we comply with provisions of the law. In one instance, when we receive a request from an individual, even locally, that requires over 3 months' worth of review of emails, we have to have our IT professional review those emails, redact them pursuant to law, and then release them. That does take time. We're in a situation where we do everything we can with the dollars available to us. I believe in government efficiency. Therefore, we do not have one employee dedicated to public records requests. Rather, we maximize all of our employees to take on multiple duties. So the individuals that comply and try to serve our public when records requests are issued are the same individuals that provide the many other essential core services that our residents expect of us. Therefore, the current timeframes as established in the statute work, and we try our best to fall within them. I agree with the testimony provided earlier. The deadlines work currently and should be kept. And with that, I'd stand for any questions.
Okay. Let's keep going down the panel. We'll get questions all together, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members
you
of the
pull that closer?
committee. Yes, is this better?
Much better.
Very
Yeah.
good. I'm Janine Jordan. I'm the city manager in Laramie. I've been with the city for 17 years and in municipal government in Wyoming for 23. I'm also the past president of the Wyoming City Management Association. And in consultation with our executive board, we wanted to convey to you that as local government professionals, your city managers and administrators like Mr. Butterfield do prioritize public records, and we work to ensure that those records are readily accessible to the public that we serve. We believe public records are fundamental to democracy, and professional managers and administrators are working to create cultures within our organizations of transparency because we know access to public records fosters public trust in the important work that we do. Turning to the city of Laramie, I want to share some statistics with you. These numbers are similar to what you've heard. Despite the fact that the city publishes everything we can online and makes it accessible 24/7, 365, we still field an average of 1,800 records requests each year. We fulfill the vast majority of those in 1 week or less. Those are calendar days. And 1/3 of those 1,800 are fulfilled the same day. In the past 2.5 years, we've had 18 requests that fall into the category that you've heard other speakers talk about, the mayor from Mills, Mr. Butterfield, and Mr. Mayor Murdoch. Those 18 requests that required more than 20 days were data mining in nature. They took hundreds of pages of documents that we had to redact and dozens, sometimes hundreds of hours of staff time, the most onerous of which I can recall was from the ACLU that required mining of every single digital and physical document that the city had for 99 employees over a period of 5 years, if you can imagine. I wanted to close out just by not repeating the onerous nature of the exception request, but to speak to fees a little bit. As Mr. Butterfield has told you, that culture of transparency that we foster, at least in Laramie, means we charge as least as we can, I guess is what I would say. So in very rare circumstances, only 5% of our requests in the last 2.5 years have we had a fee assessment for. And I want to point out that some of those are almost unavoidable. For instance, pertaining to historical documents, plat maps, things of that nature. And these maps are, the size of this table. Those require us to outsource the professional services to copy those or to digitize those. And we have to pay a fee for that. So in that case, if you do consider a fee schedule, I think from Laramie's standpoint, we would ask that you would allow for actual allowed incurred costs to be fully recovered by the municipality from the record requester so that we can pay that private vendor and not have an unfunded mandate. With that, I'll stand for questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So committee, now's the time to ask questions of any one of these panel members. Representative Webb.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you guys for coming, appreciate it. I know it's, this is a very, I've seen both sides of this topic. Having been involved and having to do research, I know that it's time consuming. I've heard a few suggestions that have been suggested today, but I guess what I would like to ask for is for you guys to collaborate with the County Commission Association and anybody else that might be interested, and provide us with a draft bill so that we can get your input and we can look at it and hopefully come to a reasonable resolution as to how we can address this problem. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Webb. Anybody else? Anybody else? Looking both ways, not seeing anybody? All right, next group. Let's hear from the university. I know they were trying to muscle their way in earlier. They were pushed out. Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mike Smith with the University of Wyoming. I'll be brief. I'm joined by our Vice President and General Counsel, Tara Evans. I'm going to ask Tara to give you a brief kind of rundown of the type of records requests her office processes at the university. The short version of what I want to say is we face different challenges and problems than municipalities, especially the small ones. We have staff and resources to handle these things, but we share their concern about changing the response deadline and hope we can keep those current ones in place. So without further ado, Mr. Chairman, I'll turn it over to General Counsel Evans, if that's okay.
Counsel, welcome. Good to see you again.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. As Mike said, Tara Evans, Vice President and General Counsel. I've been at the university for 17 years. And so many of you probably know this, but my office is like a broad civil practice. We do everything but criminal law. So we look at all the contracts the university does, which is 40 to 50 a week. We do all the compliance, we do real estate, we do construction. We obviously assist with a lot of employment law, 3,000 employees, and we assist with public records. And so my office is responsible for compliance with the Open Records Act and processing public records. I have 5 full-time attorneys and a couple shared positions that I share across, and I have 1 attorney dedicated as part of her job to public records. We were fortunate enough, we found a good software system, it's called Next Request. We purchased that pretty cheap system, and it has made it much more efficient and effective for us to get records out the door. And we often get records requests for our records requests, so we can now produce them very easily, right? Here's a list, here's where they are, here's our response time, and all of that. So we have much less, it sounds like, than the cities. We get about 200 a year, I would say. But they are very voluminous is usually what happens. So we have requests for athletics agreements and data requests, a lot of requests from the media, local media. Student directory information, we get general records requests. I'll give you a couple examples. Vendor payees, all contracts. Again, we have thousands of contracts. Syllabi, bid tabulations, employee salaries, Title IX reports, outstanding payments or checks, RFPs, disciplinary records, employment records, operating expenditures. We have gotten requests for our checkbook, which we're now making available online. So we hope that defrays some of that. My office, this is very important to me, isn't trying to make everything online possible that we can that is public. So all of our board of trustees records are now online, minutes, recordings, everything's online, so that we can point people to online to go look at these records. But we do get these keyword searches, right? And so they come and say, for example, in one of the legislative sessions, one of the newspapers wanted all emails that mentioned firearms or guns. That was it. So that was the parameter. We try to go back to them and say, do you have a time frame? Do you have a to and from? So that produced thousands of emails that then we have to look at every single one. Why? Because people put in emails many different things. Student records are in there, personnel data is in there, medical data is in there. And by statute, we're not allowed to produce those, as you guys know. So we, another commenter was saying this, but we have to redact them. And that's what takes the most time. If we get a request for all our vendee payments for the last year, we run a query, we hand it out, right? We get a request for emails, it takes days and days to go through these emails. We get a request for contracts, we have to share them with third party. We have a lot of trade secrets, privileged information at the university, and we are trying to balance the transparency, which we are 100% behind. We are a state institution paid by the taxpayers. This has to go out the door. We have to balance it with the fact that we have all this privacy data that we're not allowed to hand out. And they're always mixed. Despite my training, I try to tell people not to mix their emails. They never do it. So we have to go through it. So I would say our average response time is 31 days. We looked back. That seems to work well for us. We are committed to that time frame. We would be committed to the 10 days as well, but I think I would have to get a few more people to help me with that if that happened. Which just would mean I would have to allocate resources elsewhere, but it would take a couple other people probably for me to manage that timeframe. And why is that? Because we don't usually just have the records. We have to ask units for them. I have 3,000 employees. We got to compile all the records. We got to review the exceptions. We got to get them out the door. We agree with the comments of the ombuds and some of the others who have sort of said, let's keep the 30 days if possible. I think that's doable. I just want to say we're so appreciative of this law. Someone said it's a good law. It's a good law. This stuff is public information. We're a land grant. We're a flagship. We owe the citizens this. But it would be really hard to get it out in 10 days. I would also offer that I think the answer is not the time frame. It's the language of the bill. So Representative Webb said, offer us a draft. Would love to. I have done this for so many years. I've seen we could clean up some of the language in the exceptions and the exemptions to where they're much more transparent and much more clear for public records officers to just either hand it out or not. Right now, there's a factor test in some of them. There's some ambiguous language, and therefore we have to interpret it and decide, does this violate public policy, violate privacy rights? Should we hand it out? Should we not? And it's a 30-page investigative report, right? Do you hand out a sexual harassment report? It doesn't tell me that. It tells me to weigh it. It takes time. So we want to hand out everything you guys want us to hand out. We just, I think clearer language would be helpful, and would love to work with LSO on a bill draft if that would interest the committee. So I'll end by just saying we take our responsibility to comply with open records very seriously, and I stand for any questions.
Questions, Mr. Co-Chairman?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With your software program, if someone did want to do a searchable word online, does it have that capability?
No. Oh, sorry, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
I don't believe so. Right now, we can turn on a function that lets people see records requests. So someone could go in and see all the 200 that have been asked of the university. And we can upload the responses to those requests. You couldn't just do a general keyword search of all university emails. Maybe you could do one of the requests we upload.
Senator Landon.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Madam Vice President, thanks for your comments today. Appreciate it. I'm curious if you could reflect back. You said you've been at the university for about 17 years. Can you compare 17 years ago to now, and what's happening on the public request front?
Ms. Evans.
Mr. Chairman. Senator Landon, yes, that is a wonderful question. It is huge. It's a huge difference in the amount of requests we receive now. Very small when I first started in 2008, a lot larger. I believe you asked whether it was local or data mining. It's both, right? We get a lot of data mining, just other higher education institutions, a lot of vendor requests for our information. We do get a lot of local media, though. We have local citizens that want information, right? So it is increased, and that's a function of the times, right? So changing how the 10 to 30 days doesn't fix that. It's a function of the unrest that we're in right now.
Okay, anybody else? Anybody else? Thank you both very much. Mr. Correthi, good to see you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Committee. Joey Correthi, Rural Wyoming Matters. I live in a legislative district that spans over 16,500 square miles, and there's 11 municipalities in that district. All except for one have a population of less than 500. We're talking about rural Wyoming here. There is a certain type of person that serves the public in areas like that. These aren't people that are looking to get rich or hide information from the public. So what we're facing in a lot of these smaller municipalities, which by the way, House District 47 accounts for 1/8 of all the municipalities in the state, is people that work real jobs. They have businesses, they have families, everything they're doing, and they're coming and doing town council special boards. A lot of our town clerks only work a couple days a week because that's what the budget, the population, and the reality of today's life can capacitate. I've seen this happen, even in our largest municipality, Saratoga. We don't have any big cities like Mills, where I come from. And it's onerous on both sides, it's frustrating on both sides, but I've seen it weaponized on both sides. The moving forward, fixing the problem, addressing the issue, I don't think it's contained in this bill. I think we're kind of touching on it with the conversation we just heard from the university. There's going to be a need at some point for a statewide digital database that has all records, pre-redacted, whatever we got to do to get to that point. Maybe we can work with the university to develop that, that can be accessed by individuals from their home computers. We're getting pretty close on the courts. We just can't access it from home. Police records, difficult because they wait till you ask, then they redact them. The concern that I have is that our small towns are already suffering a lot financially and administratively. So to put an additional burden in a shorter time frame on them with an increased financial impact, it's basically just saying, hurry up, do it the way we want, do it now, or we're literally going to kick you to death. I know a couple of towns right now that within the time frame proposed here, which is about a 2-week time frame from request to production, 2 failed requests in a month, and you're shutting down that town. So I'm a little worried about that. To address the language of the bill on page 2, line 20, rather than suggesting 3 business days to acknowledge receipt, I would request consideration of 5 business days. That's a full work week. I mean, a weekend may fall in the middle, there may be a holiday, but I think to have a few extra days, especially small towns might get a request on a day where the clerk isn't there because they only work 2 or 3 days a week. And then again, on page 3, line 12, changing 10 calendar days to 10 business days. If you combine those 2 together, the whole process should only take 15 business days, 3 weeks. It still brings the time down, and then the buffer for the conversation with the ombudsman, if that can't be done in that amount of time. And then really some contemplation on the fine, the increase of the fine. You guys make the sausage the way you make the sausage. I don't know if it should stay or be lessened, but we are not helping the administrative or the staffing impacts on these smaller towns by saying we're going to charge you because you didn't crank this stuff out fast enough. I think more effort and energy would be well spent in saying, how do we do this statewide so anybody can access anything as much as possible from home, and put the onus back on the individual asking for the information. So when they do have to say, hey, I need an unredacted copy, I need a copy unsealed, we can always go through the process. Have you done your homework yet? Have you utilized what we've already provided you at some expense to the state? I'm going to stick on the money because it bothers me, because I hear a lot of people in politics, government, and just around the coffee shop saying throwing money at a problem doesn't fix something. And I'm starting to wonder if pulling money from an institution, a municipality, actually addresses an issue. Because in my mind right now, with some of the things some of the smaller towns in Wyoming are going through, it just makes it harder. It's saying do more with less or lose more and have less. I do believe with the expectation that things move faster, better, more efficiently with that threat of a higher fine or any fine, the state has an inherent responsibility to at least identify some training for best practices, more efficient type of work, or the expectation. How are other towns and counties doing it that make this work with a minimal staff? And with that, I think I'll cut it short and stand for any questions.
Any questions for Mr. Correnti? Any questions? Representative Brown. Johnson, Brown. I'm sorry, wrong side of the table.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
There is a familiarity, though, but anyway, keep going.
I am fascinated by your idea. Small towns, they could upload their town meetings or whatever exactly after the meeting was done. I mean, it would provide all that information. Also, wouldn't it stop all the fishing expeditions looking for common material? I'm really fascinated, and I think we need to explore this more.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Mr. Correnti.
Representative Brown, oh, sorry, Johnson.
Don't pull a funny. I'm the guy that makes the jokes.
I think it would be folly to assume that any legislative, governmental, or societal effort will ever stop anything. I think we could definitely attempt to reduce and then, again, put the onus back on the individual doing the fishing. Hey, we've provided you this. Have you gone through these? Maybe. Can we already put stuff up on, digital access as it's happening, as soon as it's done? Yeah, we're doing it here in this room, but some of the smaller towns, their town councils, they're held in 4-H halls. So we're going to be looking at a little bit of infrastructure and to fix this problem, to get to that every sci-fi movie you've ever seen, access the digital historic record and have that. We're looking at a commitment of 10 or 15 years, some infrastructure, and the patience to get there properly. And it's going to take everybody from every side of every opinion, because if the idea is not success in the product for the success of the towns and the counties in Wyoming, then there's no point in doing it.
Fair enough. Anybody else? Anybody else? Okay, thank you, Mr. Correnti. Mayor Collins, welcome.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee.
Tie, that is a very stunning tie.
A very stunning tie, thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
My name is Patrick Collins. I'm the mayor of the city of Cheyenne. And I just wanted to share with you just a little bit from Cheyenne's perspective of what it takes for us to handle the Freedom of Information Act requests that we get. In 2024, we had 3,991 requests for information. So far this year, we've had 2,524 requests, on track for 4,336. So when you look at work days, we're someplace between 16 and 20 requests we get every day. We really appreciate how important our responsibility is in taking those public documents and making sure they're available to the public. They own those documents. We're just the custodians of those. In Cheyenne, we have a software system from a company called Granicus called Government QA. And it's basically an online FOIA portal and a management system for us. So what we hope happens is people will make their requests online, goes right to our city clerk's desk, who is our, what do you call that, the responsible person that was supposed to do that. Once she gets that application, she has to do the research and figure out what department it is. She doesn't have those records. You know, it's going to be in the engineering department or, you know, the department that owns those things. So she has to figure out who that is, delegate that research to that person. And once we send that delegation off, it sends a confirmation to that person, we got your request. Once that research is done, it comes back to our clerk, and she has to put it back into a form that's readable, right? Some of our staff doesn't do the best job of putting it in a form that might be readable for the person. And then it automatically emails that results to the applicant, and they get a full release. They can read it right there. So my clerk tells me she spends about 25% of her time just managing Freedom of Information requests. I have no idea how much time my staff spends, but now that I'm intrigued about this, we're going to learn about it. And I'll maybe have that for the next time we work. But that's my department directors, that's their deputies, those types of folks. And it's amazing how much time our city attorney has to do. As you've heard, there's penalties if we release things we're not supposed to. And so how much time that office spends working on these things. So while we understand how important Freedom of Information requests are, also getting their jobs done that they were hired to do and what our residents expect to do is also important. And so trying to make that balance is a challenge for us. So yesterday, just before I came here, I walked in and said, how many have we gotten today? And we had 6 yesterday. We got one from DKPW at FOIAs@dkpw.us. And they asked us for the name of every employee that's worked for the city of Cheyenne every year since 2022, their name, the department they worked for, their job title, their hire date, their annual compensation, and their age. I got one from the Western States Regional Council of Carpenters, a FOIA request for all commercial building permits. They like to have it on a recurring basis. They'd like to get it every week, but they would settle for once a month. We had 3,600 building permits that we would have to go through to do that. And that takes away from my building department's ability to do plan reviews in a timely manner, to get out and do inspections in a timely manner, those types of things. I got one from a local resident that wanted to get our analysis on stormwater, which we have an easy report. We'll download that in an hour and he can have it. A local realtor, because we had a hell of a hailstorm last week, wanted to know who installed a roof on a house. No problem, they can have that in no time. A Colorado area code asked for a roof replacement and building permit, wanted to know who did the report. And then we got one from data@constructionmonitor.com asking for all building permits, commercial and residential. They'd like that every 60 days ongoing. And so you can see the sense of what's going on. 3 of those, I think, are what our job is to get that information to our local residents. 3 are data miners, which I'm not sure what they're going to use that information for, but my suspicion is they're going to monetize that some way. So my staff was doing all that work, and we're having to send it back. So I appreciate the bill draft, but I hope you understand that on some of these egregious cases that we have, the 3 days to acknowledge might be a little bit of a challenge. You know, when we're doing budgets and that kind of thing, or if my clerk is off for a day, with our volume, 16 or 20 of those a day, I think that's a challenge for us. And then 10 days to complete, you guys, honestly, that's just asking for failure on our part. We can't handle the volume that's coming and do those in 10 days. We just can't do it. We get them done in 30 days, but it takes, some of those cases take all of that. And I think if we hurry up and force us to do it real quickly, it's going to hurt our ability to do a quality response. We want to be as forthcoming with everything as we can. And if we're going to get penalized, if we can't get it done in 10 days, we're going to have to rush. And I'm not sure we're going to do as good a job as we can if we have time to do a very thorough research, making sure that we're not making the mistakes that might get us in trouble with HIPAA or all the other federal laws that could get us $50,000 penalties that we're trying to avoid. So I'm worried about this, and I'd love it if you guys could help us with these data mining requests. I think at our last meeting, your LSO talked about some states limit what people can ask for to a certain amount of pages or certain dollar amounts for these data miners, or if there's a way that we could help, as you heard from everybody, the impact that that has on us. And just recognize that our staffs have really important jobs to do, and this is impacting them very much. And with that, I'll stand for questions if you have any.
Questions for the mayor? Go ahead. Representative Lucas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Mayor, a pleasure to see you. Thank you for the information. Would you say that that day that you gave us as a representative day holds true where about half of the requests are from what looks like data miners?
Mr. Chairman, through you. No, ma'am, I don't think that's right. I think a lot of those requests come from folks who got into a motorcycle accident or an automobile accident, and they need a report from the police department. I think the majority of our cases are pretty reasonable, but I would say, maybe up to 10%, 5 to 10% of those are these ones that I would consider to be kind of egregious misuse of our staff's time.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Yes, Representative Webb.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your information. I've written down twice now about data miners. I think we have a problem there. I don't know if LSOs had the opportunity to look up that information from the last meeting, but I'd like to request you that if you feel it's appropriate, that we gather that information from other states so that we can do something about what information is released to these data mine outfits. Thank you.
Okay.
Or, Mr. Chairman, if I could,
Mayor Collins?
allow us to charge for that. I bet you those people go away. We offer it for free now, and if we could charge them for what it really costs us to do that job, my guess is most of those people would say, let's go to a different city and ask for that information.
Mm-hmm. Anybody else? So kind of with the issue on building permits, Mr. Mayor, I think we talked about this last time. You're working towards getting all your building permit applications and things online already, aren't you?
Mr. Chairman, we are. And, last time I was here, you asked me a question about having things online.
Yeah.
And I misspoke because, maybe it's not in the most searchable fashion, but since 2008, every one of our meetings is online, a video of that. Every one of our agendas is online. Every one of the backup information is online. So every voucher that we approved that day, every contract we approved, everything since 2008, we have those all online. They're not in the most searchable fashion now. So when I told you we're not ready yet, we haven't been able to put them in the searchable, but every one of those is there today.
But for example, there's no reason to do any redaction on a building permit, is
None at
there?
all.
Nobody sees that. It's public document. Could be online, could be searchable online, just as a matter of course, the way you do business. There are ways to cut this down. You have the ability to charge, but you don't for the data miners, right? There's nothing in the law that prevents you from charging.
We need to do, Mr. Chairman, we need to do a better job of that. And after I met with our clerk yesterday, I asked her exactly how much she was going to charge these people. They don't. They charge them for copies, but if it's electronic, we haven't been doing that. But we'll have a meeting next week, and we're going to talk about what is reasonable. And I made a copy of some of the backup information that was provided to this committee, and we're going to look at what it costs us for a director's level, for each level of our employees, kind of an average. And then we'll have people, data miners, we'll send them a little note saying that we're happy to provide that information, but this is what it'll cost you to get it. And we'll see what happens, and I can report back to you if that calms this a little bit for us.
Might help in going to Representative Webb's question. If they charge data miners what they legally could either now or under the proposed bill, that might help a little bit. But go ahead, you need a follow-up, Representative Webb?
Yes.
Go ahead, and then we'll get you, Representative Brown.
One of the other things with the data miners that I'm worried about is, and I can't remember who was it that testified about names, positions forever and ever and ever of employees, city employees or whatever they were. I think that that's something we need to see if we can, if there's any way to limit that type of research.
Well, it kind of is public information already, so I don't know, you might think about that. Let's think more about it. Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mayor Collins, thank you for being here. Of that more than 2,000 that you got in the last year, how many of those were able to be filled within 10 days or less? Do you have an idea on that?
Mayor Collins.
Mr. Chairman, through you to the representative from Cheyenne. Sir, I didn't ask that specific question, but I would tell you I think the vast majority of those could be answered in a 10-day period. Again, an accident report or something like that, we have that information. We may have to redact. There may be some personal things on an injury or something like that we might have to redact. I don't know the process for that, but those are things we should be easily able to respond. A building permit on a roof, we have those records. We type in the address, it should just come right up. We should be able to send it right off. So I think the vast majority go out that way. But I do think that there's probably at least 10%. We had 3991 last year, so 300 or 400 of those requests, I think, take copious time and would be a challenge for us to do. They're a challenge in 30 days, but we get it done because that's the law. But at 10 days, it would just be a failure for us. We just couldn't do it.
Anybody else? Thank you, Mayor Collins. Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Huff, come on.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Of those 10%, excuse me, Mr. Mayor, of those 10% that take more than 10 days, what would be your assessment of a fair number of days? On average, additional days? What would be helpful?
Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Chairman, through you, I think the law as it's written now is a pretty good law. It requires us to acknowledge that we received a request. It requires us to do it in 30 days. If we can't do that, we have an ombudsman that is available and works with us to help us negotiate a time frame that works. I think the law as it currently stands is a pretty good law.
Anybody else? Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Chairman Case. Mayor Collins, I'd like to go back to ombudsman. When they have these fishing expeditions, what if you could point them to the ombudsman and let her figure out what's a fishing expedition and what is really an information request? And that would free you up totally. I mean, you're going to know that they're asking for reams and reams of information. Can we possibly pass that on to our ombudsman and let them care of it some way?
Mayor Collins.
Mr. Chairman, through you, I believe the ombudsman is a one-person office, and we have 99 cities, 23 counties, and I don't know how many special districts. I'm not sure she has the bandwidth. So if you want to hire help to do that and we could pass it off, God bless you, sir.
Okay, anybody else? Representative Yen.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Mayor Collins, I'm curious on, and maybe this is more of a question for Ms. Herbstreit, if there are things that we could do on the state level to help make it easier for little towns to fulfill public record requests faster. So maybe, do you think it'd be possible for us to centralize some of the services that every single municipality has separate service contracts for? Maybe contract with the state optionally, maybe make an optional contract, and then the state could have a public access point where it can access all of these records that don't need any redactions.
Mr. Chairman, through you to the representative, sir, I don't know the answer to that. I don't know what would be best for the smaller towns for them to be able to handle these situations. I appreciate the struggle we have, and I'm sure as I tell everybody. We have exactly the same problems. Our difference is we have a common 3 zeros behind it, but we all share the same challenges. We struggle to find enough good employees. We struggle to find the revenues to do our jobs, to find the staff time to do these FOIA requests. We all have that same problem. I don't know what the best answer for the smaller towns would be, but if we could help with the data miners, that would be a huge win coming out of this.
Okay. Anybody else? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Who else would like to testify on this bill? Who else would like to testify? Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman. Rosemary Saban, fellow committee members. I would like to share my experience with open meetings, public comment, and public records, what's been going on in Nechona County, so you guys can understand and work from there. On April 15th, 2025, the Nechona County Board of Commissioners, there was a work session. Advanced Casper and a Radiant representative for Radiant Nuclear Project, they did a presentation. During the public comment, I asked the question, what's the process going forward? And the chairman responded that transparency was something he was a firm believer in across the board. House District Representative 35 was in attendance and asked for clarity on the process going forward as well, and was encouraging that there would be an assurance of public comment 3 separate times in that meeting. So then on May 6th, there was another work session, and the board of, or the Advanced Casper, they were there for a business-ready grant in support of Radiant. There was a discussion on that. So moving to June 17th, there was a work session, and then Nechona County Board of Commissioners supported sending a letter to the Minerals Committee regarding the Radiant Nuclear Project. And following that, 3 of the commissioners voted to support Resolution 24-2025. It was Advanced Casper requesting $25 million in an application to the Wyoming Business Council. The only public comment that was taken on that was representative of House District 58 and myself, because I pushed to be heard on that. So the Wyoming Business Council, I'll spare you the long, I'm sure you guys have all read and are familiar with it, but Chapter 1, Section 9, pages 1 through 6, their rules. An applicant is required to inform and educate the public and business community to the greatest extent possible. The applicant must make readily available to public access the application and associated materials. I contacted Advanced Casper on June 30th by phone requesting a copy of the application at 8:50 a.m. I received an email at 10:43 a.m. denying my request. So in short, people of Nechona County in this matter were not given proper public notice. We weren't given a proper public hearing. It wasn't scheduled. There was inadequate public comment and denial of public document. Before submission of the application, I don't feel that this is a new request or a new process for Advanced Casper, the Joint Powers Board, the Board of County Commissioners, City of Casper, anybody involved. I think there's been enough of these grants and loans that have gone through that ignorance of the rules is hardly an excuse. I think it was ignored and that we were suppressed and circumvented. So what y'all choose to do with that, I'm all ears, but we've already got a law in place and that's not being upheld.
Okay.
With that, sir.
Thank you. And Advanced Casper is a private
It's
entity?
the Joint Powers Board.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Made up of the city of Casper?
It's a combination. There's bankers, there's,
It's a public entity?
yes, sir.
Okay. Anybody have questions? Any questions? Thank you. Thanks for the interesting testimony.
Thank you.
Mr. Farmer, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Brian Farmer, Wyoming School Boards Association. Mr. Chairman, you've had plenty of comment on this, and so I won't belabor, just say on behalf of school districts.
Oh, come on, Brian, I was really counting on.
Oh, I've got pieces that we didn't talk about, Mr. Chairman. We agree with the comments that have been made by the university, the municipalities, and certainly appreciate the suggestion of a working committee to work on these things. Mr. Chairman, I do have a couple of things to offer that have not been talked about. The first of those is that under the current draft of the bill, and I think Mayor Collins alluded to it in the end of his testimony, under the current draft of the bill, if we were to stick with this 10-day, it says, well, if that doesn't work, go to the ombudsman. Guess what's going to happen? You just heard all kinds of people saying, we get these voluminous requests, there's a whole bunch of stuff, and so the current bill really appears to be unworkable. We're going to force a whole bunch of stuff to a one-person office, and that just doesn't seem like the right solution. If we're looking at ways to improve things, Mr. Chairman, that really doesn't seem to work. Mr. Chairman, second of 3 points is that when we talk about public records requests, the public is oftentimes seeking information. And Mr. Chairman, I've had around 20-some years in working with public records, and oftentimes the public is not entirely sure what they're looking for. They're looking for information. And typically a public record request has been for a document. If I can hand you a document, that's an easy answer. If the requester is coming to me and saying, can you compile information and give me that information? The answer used to be no. That is the creation of a document, and that did not exist under the Public Records Act. Now, as we have public information that are data points and data pieces, it becomes much more difficult to take the data point or data piece that does not exist in a document and satisfy the request of the individual. How do we do that? And I think one of the answers to that is that many jurisdictions are turning toward a specificity of the requester. Be specific in what you're asking. If the request is not specific enough, then they have to work to get to that. They have a process to work to get to that. And so that is a innovation that we are starting to see with public record law to help get to the point of what is it that you want so I can give you that piece. And I think that that's very helpful. Certainly, there were many occasions when I worked for the state of Wyoming that the common record request was any and all information or data. Mr. Chairman, when I left the state, there was an agency that I worked for that I don't think we even knew as a state agency what all of our records were. Different pieces of the agency knew about the records that they maintained, but as a state agency, I'm not certain that we had a comprehensive idea of that. Now, I've been away from the state for more than a decade, and so I'm certain things have changed and things have improved and evolved. But I think specificity of request is a way to get away from that any and all sort of request that might mean emails forever, data points in the thousands, and getting really to what the person is looking for. Mr. Chairman, the third piece that I wanted to address that has not been talked about is in the very last line of the bill. And it talks about sort of remedies for the process. And it says that attorney's fees may be awarded to the applicant, the successful applicant. And Mr. Chairman, I would suggest if what we're really looking to do is to discourage bad actors, that we change that word applicant to party. Applicant is one way. That means the requester can get attorney's fees. And frankly, a court is only going to award attorney fees if they find some sort of bad faith on the part of the agency. So the same would be true of a requester. If we change that one word to to party instead of applicant, then we're also telling the requester, hey, if you are making a frivolous request, if you are doing something in bad faith, then you too are subject to sanction from the court for potential bad action. That's all within the judgment of the judge in that matter, but just a simple suggestion for a improvement to the bill. Mr. Chairman, with that, I don't want to take up any more of your time.
Thank you. Let's see if we have questions. Any questions? All right. We want to get through this public testimony here and get the public testimony online, and then we'll talk about what to do. Mr. Bonner.
Thank you, Chairman Case, Committee. I'm Bob Bonner. I'm the publisher of the Newsletter Journal in Newcastle, Wyoming, past president of the Wyoming Press Association, and a past elected official. So I do understand and I do sympathize with the public officials and the associations that have come before you, and I'll be quick because I know that you guys are stacked. I do want to sincerely thank the local governments that are doing it right and for the example that they set. I honestly wish we had some of these folks in Weston County, or in some cases, knowing from what I've heard from citizens and newspapers in their communities, I wish they were on other boards in their communities, because what they told us doesn't necessarily apply across all the boards in those communities. Unfortunately, there are still way too many bad actors out there. And the reason I asked you to bring this bill forward, which I honestly really like the draft, which it's what I asked for, so I should, is because I asked the legislature to protect the public. And I'm gonna do that again here. We heard about bad actors on the side of the public. We heard about fears from government officials about burdens placed on government by the public. But I'd ask the legislature to think about the example set by the founders in drafting the Bill of Rights. And the commitment in the Bill of Rights was to first protect the public from government abuse. And so I would like to bring this committee back to that focus as you consider and work this bill, that the legislature's first role is to protect the citizens from government abuse. And what I'd like to say is that this bill really does give everything that everybody has asked for. It does provide more clear instructions for the process, I think. It does include, and this is what the law currently lacks, I think, it does include a level of protection for the people. And what it does is it actually doubles down on the protection that already exists in the law for government entities from the occasional abuse by people, because one of the things I asked you for was to reverse the flow and to force government to take the cases with their bad actors when they are approached with an unreasonable request to the ombudsman and put that burden on them instead of putting the burden on the citizens. Well, I think by doing that, you've increased the protection for government already. The ombudsman's role becomes one that protects government from unreasonable request. We've heard about commitment to transparency from everybody, and I, again, appreciate hearing that, but that hasn't necessarily played out and been demonstrated in action, certainly not by all local governments in Wyoming. There are too many bad actors. The one thing I would ask, and again, I'm moving quickly, the one thing I asked for last week, but then I failed to ask for it again in the summary that Chairman Case asked me for, was consideration. And I'd ask, you know, if any of the committee members would like to consider offering an amendment to the bill that does remove the knowingly and intentionally language. I do think that that is one benefit given to government entities that we do not give to citizens anywhere. And we have had these, we have had working groups. We had a working group in 2018. We had a working group in 2012. You heard testimony in Lander that the associations provide training on these issues to their members. But in far too many instances, that training has been ignored, this law has been ignored, and putting teeth into this law to truly get compliance from governments means pulling that knowingly and intentionally language out of the violation part of it. Because again, we don't get a claim when we get pulled over for speeding that we didn't see the sign. And I think it's a bad example to set to allow the state's leaders, the leaders of these communities, to plead ignorance to a law that for all intents and purposes has been on the books in this fashion since 2012. So sorry, and I'm trying to skip through my notes in order to be brief. Again, I think what you did by reversing the stream, directing government to seek relief from the ombudsman when they get burdensome requests, addresses just about everything you heard from the local government representatives here today. Most of them told you, and again, I applaud them, that they said 90% of what we do, we can meet the 10-day deadline. We can meet the 3-day deadline. Well, good. We just want to guarantee that across the board in the state, because I can tell you there's communities and there's citizens in the state whose governments do not provide them with that level of dignity and respect. And by shortening those timelines, you force governments to do that. At the same time, the ombudsman there is there to provide relief to government when they legitimately cannot meet one of those timelines. I am 100%, having dealt with the ombudsman, you've got to trust somebody somewhere in this process, and listening to her testimony here, dealing with her myself on public record request, I'm all for trusting the ombudsman. I think that's great. I think citizens can trust her. I think local governments need to trust her. She demonstrated clearly in her testimony that she recognizes the hardships that she faces. Give her the power and authority on those bad actors to say, you know what, this is going to take a month. This is going to cost you a few $1,000. Let that be her job. We also heard from local government officials this morning that this is a sign of the times. This is a trend. This isn't something that is going to go away. So I would suggest something else the legislature, you guys might consider, we open the can of worms, right, is maybe create a triggered appropriation. We have also heard from the ombudsman, she takes very good records on the amount of requests she gets and the amount of time it takes her to do her job. Perhaps in light of the fact that we could anticipate and make a part of this bill another amendment and have LSO work on something that would create an appropriation for her to expand the size of her office based on triggers that are set in, and I don't even know what the number would be, 1,000 requests, she would hire an assistant, or 500 requests, she would hire an assistant. I think that would be a proactive move by the legislature to help ensure that the public keeps getting access to these documents, because yes, apparently this isn't a problem that's going to go away. Again, I'm excited. The idea of a statewide digital database is something we've always supported too, but I really do think that all of these things, the other things that people spoke to that would strengthen the bill, are only going to happen if you truly motivate all local governments to comply with this law and quit playing games with transparency. I think this bill does that. I really do. I think this draft addresses all the concerns you heard here today from government officials, and it certainly addresses the concerns I brought you on behalf of the public and the citizens to get the access that they deserve and they need to the information about their government if they're going to play a part in self-government, which is what they're supposed to do. I'm sure I missed some things, but I know you guys have got a lot on your plate, so I will shut down and be willing to answer questions.
Questions for Mr. Bonner? Representative Johnson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Explain to me why you would take out a person knowingly and intentionally violates. That kind of went over my head. Explain that to me a little
Mr.
better,
Bonner.
please.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Johnson, in the statute, and I should have been more prepared and had it up in front of me, but in the penalty part of the statute, it says that the penalty can only be assessed if an individual knowingly and intentionally violates the law. What I'm saying is that when you break other laws, if a citizen breaks a law, that other laws don't say that you have to know and intentionally break the law. It just says this is against the law, and it's your responsibility as a citizen to know the law and to not violate it. I would suggest that for public officials, when it comes to transparency laws, it should be the same thing. They should be responsible for knowing the law so that they don't violate it. The knowingly and intentionally language makes it very hard in court to get the fine assessed because it's very hard to prove intent in court.
Anybody else? Anybody down here? Anybody there? Representative Yen?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Bonner, I thank you for that testimony. I think it helped me allay some of my concerns on certain parts of it. I'm curious on maybe we talk about this offline, but maybe I work with you about a budget amendment talking about a statewide digital repository, because I think if that, we have economies of scale on the state level that towns of 100 and less people don't necessarily have.
Mr. Bonner?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Yin, I would definitely be willing to put in some time and effort on that. I think it would be valuable and valid, but I do think we need to motivate local governments, because we hear about the what ifs. As working, and Chairman Case knows this, with the prior working groups, you can kind of kill these things under their own weight, because you get so many what ifs plugged into them. And I think you're right to have that sort of database available. It's just going to cut a lot of the workload down for everybody. But again, I worry that if we try to throw too much at it at once, it'll die under its own weight. But I'd certainly be willing to continue those conversations.
Sounds good. Anybody else? Anybody else? Okay, I'm looking at you. You're giving me that funny look. You want to ask? Sure, let's, okay, thank you, Mr. Bonner. I think we got
Thank you.
Anybody else in the room? Anybody else in the room? Representative Locke, you had a question for a couple of mayors, maybe? And then we're going to go online.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And this question is really maybe for the mayors that are working in the WHAM, with WHAM and in that organization. And the question I have, and I think a representative from Teton down there has actually asked this question in a roundabout way, which moving toward this state database. The question is, how much standardization is going on within your organization in an attempt to do that? Now, I have there's certain data that I, of course, pull all the time. And when I look at it, there is no standardization. So is there anything being worked within the groups that says, hey, why don't we simplify this data? If we're really trying to make this simpler and better for people across the state to understand the data, you go to some websites, and I'll cheat and say budget reports, for example, annual budgets. Some cities, they have fantastic, and it's not always just the big cities. Every once in a while, you'll find a smaller entity that their reports are fantastic. But then you'll go to some other entities and literally, I don't know who can read the report, for example. So at some level, this state concept is a fantastic one, but it would seem to me that for improvement for all of your people and improvement for this process, some standardization, I would think some standardization would simplify it for the local entities. There's this whole concept for ones that don't want to do it. Sometimes that's called security by obscurity. And so the question is, if you move towards standardization, it simplifies this whole process for everyone. That's just me thinking out loud, and I would love your thoughts on, is that happening and is it being discussed? Thank you.
Ms. Harpstreet.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Locke, great question. And I would say that we are, again, proactively working with the ombudsman to understand the challenges that for our members that are not responding in a proper timeline. And that was only 3 out of 99. So we're, you do the math on that. That's a small percentage of those that are not in compliance. And I would say 2 of the 3 had specific reasons, and 1 was kind of being a little naughty. And I'll call a spade. That's 1% was just digging their heels in. So yeah, we have standardized training that we're trying to help with that. But as far as like moving to an electronics, EMR, like electronic medical records or getting everything electronic, that's just going to take time and resources. You think of like 10 Sleep, where I have a part-time clerk and the mayor drives the school bus and is the athletic director, like literally in fighting fires, I think, like literally running the town. So that's just going to take time for them physically unless we hire someone that they don't have the budget for. And I'm pretty sure I don't want to come to the state and ask them for any money right now. So the physicality of this is.
We can give you property tax relief, though. Don't worry about it.
Okay. So we are open to looking at standardizing this, but it's just going to take time. I have a clerk sitting next to me right now, and that comes from a more organized and community with more resources, and she might be able to speak a little bit better to the challenges some of the smaller guys are facing, but we're talking soup to nuts here. So it's just going to take time.
Mr. Murdoch.
Mr. Chairman, thank you, Representative Locke, and also Representative Yin, because I think there is I think there's value there. Mayor Collins mentioned a program called Granicus. The town of Pinedale also is using Granicus for short-term rentals. It's actually, it's a pretty broad suite of software that can service and you can plug it in. Our licensing fee alone for the town of Pinedale, just for like our short-term rental, where we try to figure out who's renting and who has a license for short-term rentals within the town of Pinedale, is nearly $15,000 a year. Additional modules could be 25 to 30, 40,000. I don't know how much Mayor Collins spends for his. That would be, in my mind, a path forward, and that you would have a uniform, but again, this gets into the fears of unfunded mandates where we're going to do X, Y, and Z, but where does a town like 10 Sleep come up with $20,000 to have a software package that could do exactly as Mayor Collins was describing? I think your idea is right. And I know from the WHAM perspective, as we mentioned earlier in our testimony, is we want WHAM to even be better at helping provide financial sources and SOPs, and where can we help these smaller communities, stepping in with the Mandersons, can we help these communities to be better? The answer is yes. And I think frankly, that is an expectation probably from your side of the table. Obviously we hear it from the public, but also there could be equipping. These are going to be funds or something that have to be found somewhere. We've had a reduction in revenue. And at the same time, I'll be honest, associations like WHAM, significantly important, where you have a fraternity, sorority of cities working together and saying, this is how we do it, let us help you.
Okay, can we move on? Let's get to people that haven't testified yet online. Well, I recognize that name.
Mr. Chairman, I have 3 people online, Mr. Lubnow, Mr. Kep, and Ms. Squires.
Okay, let's start with Mr. Lubnow. Go ahead, Mr. Lubnow.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. I'm Tom Lubnow, and one of the significant portions of my law practice is representing governmental agencies and publications with respect to Public Records Act claims. The materials that I've previously supplied you consist of a partial list of laws making governmental information confidential, a sample Public Records Act request received by a Wyoming governmental entity this May, 2 sample public records policies, and Wyoming's public records rule. While the media says I'm a public records expert, the Wyoming canons of legal ethics prohibit me from holding myself out as an expert. I do have 40 years experience with the topic from about every side of the issue, including drafting the executive session part of this statute. With your permission, I'd like to share some practical realities with you and then make some constructive suggestions regarding the bill drafts you have in front of you. And I'm not arguing in any way that records should not be produced. Public records requests now are a data-hungry thing, seeking emails, text messages, electronic files. Searching government databases is complicated and requires very specific technical skills. The days of the filing cabinet are long gone. Judge Healy, Judge Sharp, and Judge Owens have all ruled that personal emails and personal devices containing documents dealing with public business are in the constructive control of the government and have to be produced. Requests come demanding that the personal devices of people who are no longer in office be subject to review for multiple years after those people have been out of office. Gathering and reviewing those private devices takes time and some really complicated logistics. The operative term of the public records statute is any information not privileged or confidential by law must be produced. So to answer a public records request, the public officer must gather the information requested, review the information and redact any confidential or privileged information, then create a privilege log and produce the information. The proposed legislation with all those steps has to be taken in a very short time, and with particularly hospitals, it becomes very complicated. So there's 3 business days to acknowledge the response time instead of 7, and a maximum of 30 days to produce, unless the parties agree to a longer time. The problem is that oftentimes the requestor doesn't agree to a longer time and is making the request to harass a governmental entity. And I think that's the biggest problem with this legislation. Allow me to discuss confidential and privileged information. In the materials I supplied to you, I count at least 42 different types of confidential information as classified by law. And there are consequences for wrongfully producing confidential information. If a governmental entity wrongfully produces confidential information, both the person who produced the information and the governmental entity can and have been sued for wrongful disclosure of confidential information. Additionally, under the Ethics and Disclosure Act, and I think it's 913-105, if a public employee or public official disseminates confidential information that shouldn't have been disseminated, that person is subject to prosecution for a misdemeanor with a fine of $1,000, and more importantly, being fired or removed from office, which has happened both with elected officials and employees. With protected healthcare information, the consequences are far worse for wrongful disclosure. I've provided you a table, I think highlighted in yellow, that says that wrongful disclosure ranges from civil penalties on occurrence per occurrence basis up to an aggregate of $1.5 million. And if it's intentional, imprisonment for 1 to 10 years. Government hospitals and clinics routinely receive requests for confidential information, and sometimes for a combination of confidential and non-confidential information. Oftentimes, when a hospital is subject to a lawsuit, for example, board members may receive emails with a description of the lawsuit, the patient's name, the condition being treated, and recommendations with how to proceed with the case by their attorney. In a blanket Freedom of Information Act request seeking all email communications between the hospital board and administration, multiple emails may contain protected health information under the Health Insurance and Portability and Accountability Act. Additionally, many emails contain quality management information, which is confidential pursuant to 35-2-910, or information about peer review proceedings, which is confidential pursuant to 35-17-105. Deciding what's confidential and what's not confidential becomes a technical legal exercise. And it whipsaws the entity between disclosure and not disclosure. Here's an example. If a request is for patient emails, and a patient received an email scheduling an appointment for a healthcare provider for some sort of medical procedure, and it tells the medical procedure in that email. The patient's name and the medical procedure are protected health information, making that email producible. Well, when somebody sends a Freedom of Information Act request to the entity, which has happened, saying, I want every email with my name in it or every email in the hospital system with my name in it. Or worse yet, I want every email with somebody else's name in it disclosed to me. And that's happened too. And then it goes into the business side of things. If an email scheduling an appointment with a contractor regarding a secret formula for converting coal to natural gas through bacterial processes is requested, how much of that document is a trade secret? And the Trade Secrets Act has a very technical, narrow definition. If documents are withheld, then a redaction log has to be created. Passing the bill in its current form with very tight timelines and a chance for a government employee to be a defendant in a civil action where they have to pay $2,000 plus attorney's fees and costs, or potentially lose their career and go to jail, you place that government employee in a no-win situation. And I suspect Wyoming government entities are going to have a hard time finding employees to serve as public records officers if this legislation is passed in current form. Allow me to speak about vexatious requests and frequent flyers. Most governmental entities don't have the money for a full-time response person. those people have other duties. Placing very strict timelines for non-compliance is simply a recipe for failure, particularly when there are situations and requests are not made in good faith. Two governmental entities received public records requests, and you heard from other government entities, for the name, position, and salary of each employee from out-of-state entities. Well, those were the for-profit data mining entities. What if it's somebody who's doing Freedom of Information Act requests for identity theft purposes? Government entities need the tools to deal with that. One sentence entails searching every government. It clearly costs nothing to make a public records request. All one has to do is type out an email to a government official that says something like, please produce every record in which, and then insert somebody's names, appears in the county or state records for the last 10 years. That one sentence entails searching every county or state government database, separating the records, reviewing the records to determine if protected information is there, and then producing the document. The one sentence can cost the government thousands of dollars. We have lots of frequent flyers. One individual sent 35 Public Records Act requests in a year on a personal, asking for any, and one of those requests for any document on a personal device government system containing communications between two or board members on a particular subject. Imagine getting one of those 3 times a month. The request went back for years, and it required the devices of 5 former hospital board members plus the 7 existing board members. Another request, when filtered through the government entity computer system, revealed 60,000 individual documents that contained the requested search term. All of those documents need to be reviewed to see if they contain confidential information. I've included for you a redacted public records request received by a governmental entity from an attorney seeking to file a lawsuit against that governmental entity. The request required production of literally thousands of pages of documents. Produced in response to that request were all insurance policies, all government manuals for government services provided, the names of the service providers, all financial records of the entity, floor plans, hiring policies, government contracts, investigation reports, and other documents. The requested review required review of government counsel and insurance counsel prior to production. Very often these days, plaintiffs' attorneys are using the public records process as a substitute for discovery provided under the Wyoming Rules of Civil Procedure. The Freedom of Information Act requests literally have the ability to shut down a governmental entity. The governmental entity is forced to take employees away from their regular jobs and compile and review documents. If enough requests present themselves at the government office, the government grinds to a halt and the cost of government goes up. If you add tighter timelines and more severe penalties, you're going to place government officials in a no-win scenario where they have to choose between civil penalties and being fired or going to jail. But I do have a few fixes that may avoid that situation. My experience is that governmental entities generally take these requests seriously, and I provided you an example of a couple public records release policies from 2 governmental entities, and I wasn't the primary author of either of these policies. The first one sets forth a process and complies with response times under the current statute. It also provides a process under that policy for clarification of the request and seeking specificity of the request. The response, if easy, is done immediately, taking into account the public records officials' other job duties. The policy also addresses the frequent flyer by giving 1 free record request per month, but charging for the second or subsequent request if the response of the costs the entity more than $500 to respond. Staff is charged at the state rate. If legal review is required or data processing review, it's charged at contracted rate. Having done legal reviews of public records requests totaling thousands of pages, we estimate in our office it takes about 3 minutes per record to review the record, redact sensitive portions, log the document into a privilege log, and get it ready for production. So that's 3 minutes per document. With a 60,000 record request completed at 20 requests per hour, or 20 documents per hour, it would take 3,000 man-hours to review the documents. If the bill as written gives the government entity 30 days or a total of 720 hours if the reviewer did not sleep, eat, or take a break to review the documents for this one request. So the policy then addresses timelines that you have in front of you. If it can be done in 30 days, if it is. If it cannot be gathered in 30 days, an estimate of time is made. If fees are charged, the requester has to deposit the money before the request is processed, so the government money does not do the work and not get paid. If it's not possible to process the request in 30 days, the entity seeks an agreement with the requestor. If no agreement can be reached, then the policy reaches out to the ombudsman under the statute to seek a mediated result. The requester can file suit at any time. Then the policy details what information cannot be released and what must be reviewed by the entity releasing information. This entity spent thousands of dollars reviewing their internal operations and creating this policy to comply with the law. Many small entities, including small hospitals, cannot afford to create the policy alone, let alone comply with the request. The other policy is from a governmental entity that purchased an online public records request platform. Many government entities cannot afford such a platform. That policy also charges the state rates and gives an across-the-board $25 credit. Policy also includes prepayment. Both entities have been subject to abusive requests, and both entities spent a great deal of time and money putting together those policies to comply with the statutes. I do know that some entities don't respond in good faith. You all know about the situation with the former superintendent of public instruction. But typically what I find is dedicated government workers who want to comply, faced with very difficult decisions in a very tight time frame. My experience is one of good faith compliance with most government employees. That all being said, here are my suggested legislative changes to the bill, and I'll email you these changes. On page 2, lines 18 to 21, I agree with the Ombudsman that 3 days is a difficult response time, particularly if a lawsuit is involved. A 7-day time frame in the existing statute is aggressive but workable. On page 3, lines 11 to 16, you're going to place big burdens on your Ombudsman. She will be routinely asked to grant extensions beyond the 10-day limit. In some cases, it will take 17 days just to find out the scope of the request. I suggest making the limit 30 days, and just as in the policy I showed you. And then if the parties cannot agree to an extension after the 30 days, that the Ombudsman can make a time frame determination based upon the individual factors and situations surrounding that request. Under the statute now, either party can file suit at any time to have a determination made. On page 3, line 18 to page 4, line 1, extending the maximum 30-day time limit has to be possible. Often mutual agreements between the parties is impossible. There was one case in which I was involved where the parties were in the middle of a divorce, and one was a government employee, and the other employee used the process to harass their soon-to-be ex-spouse during the divorce process. In those situations, no agreement for extension of time is going to be possible. There are other situations where people are harassing as well. So I suggest the limit be flexible and determined by the Ombudsman. I suggest on adding page 5, line 22, that if a third-party contractor is hired to review or process the production of documents, that the actual cost be paid by the governmental entity. With those data requests like the 60,000 page hit, if you do a word search and there's an email chain, you might get the original email, then the response to the email, then the response to that email. So you might get 8 or 10 or 12 documents that are all the same document. You can hire services that are very, very expensive, but not as expensive as going page by page reviewing the documents. to filter all that stuff out, but it's expensive, and that's the kind of third-party government contractor that I think if you're going to make a request that big, you ought to bear the cost, not the public. On the bottom of page 6, requesters currently have the right to bypass the ombudsman and go right to district court to enforce compliance. If you want a provision with more teeth on abuse, and one of your prior speakers said this too, insert the language for the prevailing party's attorney's fees, and on page 6, line 7, change the word applicant to the word party. Otherwise, you create a lawsuit mill against the governmental entity where people can ask for Freedom of Information Act requests that are unreasonable and then file a lawsuit to seek to collect attorney's fees with no risk of losing. It's important to note that Wyoming Statute 6-4-203G allows the government entity to file a lawsuit if it cannot comply with the request. By passing this bill without amendments, you may be creating a situation where the government entity routinely sues requestors to gain breathing space. Given the state of the docket in the 6th Judicial District where I practice, it may be a year and a half before the hearing goes to trial. By then, the documents will have been produced and the case will be dismissed as moot. So it just seems like a wasted process that could be avoided if you give the ombudsman the ability to determine timeframes. The civil penalty language on page 6 is unclear, and that was it's been in the statute for a long time. Who gets the civil penalty? Who has standing to enforce the civil penalty? Who receives the civil penalty? Who pays the civil penalty? I think if you look at the interaction between statutes, ultimately the Governmental Claims Act requires that the governmental entity pay the penalty if the employee is acting within the scope of their duties. And I think that statute's 139, 105 maybe. So those are my suggestions with that bill. I do suggest that an increased penalty will have no difference on compliance. It'll just be people filing lawsuits against the people who make the request. I think the biggest threat against non-compliance is public shame and the publicity associated with the public shame. I think that generally the statutes as they exist work. I think the proposals in front of you will increase the cost of government, but not have much effect on whether the documents are produced timely or not. Mr. Chairman, with your permission, I'd like to address the second bill on your agenda.
Yeah, I think you might as well go ahead and do that, especially if it'll save you coming back when we get to the second bill.
Okay.
So can you make it quick?
With
We're so tired.
3 paragraphs, Mr. Chairman. With respect to the second bill on your agenda, the Government Associations Bill, where you want to seek to make private associations solely funded by donations of government dollars subject to the Public Records Act, I think the language of the bill, or the purpose of the bill, is easily circumvented with the language right now by the association just accepting private members. And then the bill becomes a total waste of time. If the association does accept private members and is still subject to the Public Records Act, I think that the legislation might run into some constitutional issues, including the violation of freedom of association, freedom of contract, and the right to privacy. So those are my comments on the second bill. I hope that you find my comments informational. And Mr. Chairman, if anybody has any questions, I'd be glad to answer them.
Okay, any questions for former Representative Lubnow? Go ahead, Senator Landon.
Just real quickly, Mr. Chairman, thank you. And appreciate Mr. Lubnow. I've known you in the past as Mr. Speaker, but it's Mr. Lubnow today. I wondered if you had any thoughts about the issue that you brought up with this bill with regard to harassment. That's very real, and it does happen, and it seems to be happening more and more as we go along. Any suggestions on that front? Appreciated your suggestions, for amendments on other issues, but What do you do with the harassment piece? Is there anything?
Mr. Lubnow.
Mr. Chairman
get
and
the question?
Senator Landon, if you look at those provisions of 16.4203G, where the government entity can file a lawsuit to say, I don't need, this is against the public interest to produce these documents. If you add an attorney's fees provision in there for the prevailing party, I think that you'll find that the harassment goes away quite quickly.
Thank you very much.
And can you include that reference in the materials that you've already sent us?
Mr. Chairman, yes.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? Representative Locke, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Lubnow, for bringing this information. It's great. I do have a question for you. When you first started off with the data that could be searched, you appeared to me to commingle for what I would call public records from what might be a legal, you know, what do they call it? Legal, not disclosure, but where you go in a legal case and you're allowed to get evidence from a personal phone or something like that. Those are legal cases, and that's very distinct from public records. And so I guess when you said what you said about those, you know, they would have to go to, they might be able to go and look at cell phone information or somebody's personal email. Wouldn't that fall outside of public records? How does that fall into public records? And I guess being new to this space, my question is, I don't understand how that's the case. That might be legal discovery, but that would seem to me to be far outside public records. And I just wanted to understand that better because I didn't quite fully appreciate how those all merged together and how they could possibly come into a request like that.
And Mr. Lubnow, I think you were talking about former employees that had some device and it had records on it in your previous testimony?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Locke, I'm sorry I wasn't clear for you. 3 district court judges have ruled in Public Records Act cases that personal devices and cell phones that contain emails dealing with public business are under the constructive possession of the government entity and can be discovered. Those are Judge Healy in the Newcastle appointment of Representative Williams case, Judge Sharp in the Superintendent of Public Instruction case, and Judge Owens in Jackson in the case Mr. Russ talked to you about.
And Mr. Lubnow, none of those involved former employees, right? Or former?
All of them did.
Okay.
Well,
meaning former when the request was made?
Superintendent Schroeder was no longer the superintendent of public instruction.
Okay.
In Jackson, there were 7 sitting hospital board members and 5 former trustees who had devices. And the logistics of that for the governmental entity are horrible. Because in Cheyenne, what Judge Sharp ordered is that they hired a third party who wasn't related to anybody in the case to go through those devices and search all the emails. Well, I don't know how you feel about somebody going through your devices. That doesn't make me very happy. Other entities have hired an attorney for the board members and the former board members to go through their devices. What we recommend for our clients now is to set up a separate texting platform and pay for it so that board members can text each other on a platform owned by the government, and then set up separate email addresses. And then we practice email discipline and do refreshers all the time for all our clients, saying keep it separate, don't use your personal email, don't use your personal text message, use the separate platforms so that they can be searchable. and so that your personal information is not subject to being reviewed by somebody who you don't want to look through it. But although you haven't said it specifically in statute and it hasn't been appealed to the Supreme Court, at least in the 1st, 6th, and 8th Judicial District, that's the law, that personal devices that contain public information are under the constructive control of the government.
Okay, we got that. We got that. Anything else for former Representative Lubnow? Anything else? Thank you, sir. Thank you. We look forward to getting the rest of the written material.
All right,
Thank you
Mr.
very
Chairman,
much.
I hope you should have it. Thank you very much for having me. I appreciate it.
You bet. Let's see, do we have Mr. Kep online, right? And then Ms. Squires. Let's do Kep first. And Mr. Kep, I'm going to walk across the room and get a cup of coffee, but you are going to be talking, and I'm not walking out on you.
I appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Mark Kapp. I'm a resident of Crook County. I'll make my comments brief. I think there's been a lot of coverage so far, so I'll make it brief. If you go back to the legislative session, there was some testimony by some county clerks during the Dropbox conversation, 3 clerks. And they made some statements during that testimony that piqued my interest. I wanted to know what they were referring to. So I put in public information requests to all 3 of those clerks. One of the clerks replied immediately that they'd be responsive, and they were responsive within the 30 days. 2 of the other clerks never responded within that 30 days, and I had to refer it to the ombudsman. The ombudsman got involved, yet there was no teeth in the ombudsman. They weren't able to do anything there. It actually, if you remember the last interim committee meeting, I testified and I commented, and I said, there's 2 clerks sitting in your chambers right now who are in violation of this law. Well, that embarrassment alone got them to respond, and I immediately got the responses, almost immediately, the next day and then a few days later from those 2 clerks. And when I look at this legislation you have in front of you, and I'll go to it real fast, I'm not a fan of shortening the time period. The 30 days down to 10 days, I think that's onerous on the agencies. I don't think it's fair. But I do understand situations where there's a timeliness. Like if there's some reason that you really need it, I think adding language in there that you can, as an individual or the person making the request, go to the ombudsman and request an expedited response. And that ombudsman can serve as that interim person who can see if it's possible and make that decision. I think that's a fair alternative to making the requirements 10 days and 3 days and all this stuff. I think it's just unfair at that level. The other thing, as a member of the public requesting information, when you make the request, your only real thing that you can do to overcome noncompliance is file a lawsuit. Personally, and no offense to anybody in the room, I don't want to file a lawsuit. I don't want to work with an attorney. I don't want to do that. I just want to get the information that's available to me. And so I think if I have to go to that as a member of the public, I do believe the punishment should be heavier than $750. So I actually agree with the increase to the $2,000. So on this bill, I suggest not going with the aggressive time frame, maybe adding the ombudsman as the go-between to, if you need it faster, they can maybe help you get it faster. And then giving the ombudsman more teeth and more power to go and actually help you get the records from them. So I like the language that you have in here that says they can refer it to the attorney general or a district court judge on their side. So I think that's a good part of this bill. But I would remove the time period. I mentioned the county clerks because in part of the request that I got, I was asking about drop boxes. The county clerk of Fremont replied with the election drop box policy. And I'm now, if it's okay, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to go to the second bill you have in front of you in regard to the associations, because this information directly relates to that.
Go ahead.
Okay. Within the election drop box policy, so this is the county policy, underneath security, they have a line that reads, Wyoming Statute 229113 provides that the voter shall return their ballot to the county clerk, and the Clerks Association interpretation is that a drop box in only the clerk's possession meets the intent for the law. So my immediate question as a member of the public is, well, when did the Clerks Association decide that? What was their conversation around that? Can I go get public information from them to understand their decision-making? And the answer is no, they're a private association. I can't go and do that. So this second law that you have, or this second potential law you have, or bill you have, I think is very solid. I will agree with the previous speaker that I think it's actually, as written right now, could easily be circumvented. So I would suggest, if it's acceptable, some adjustment to the language. So first, if you go to that bill, line number, it's page 1, line 11, so 1011. After means any association, add the words funded through dues paid using public funds. And then in the next line, strike exclusively. So those two changes to that bill will make it solid to where somebody, a member of the public who has a question about the decision-making can go file a public information request of that office. With that, I stand for questions.
Okay, any questions for the gentleman? Any questions? Thank you, Mr. Kep.
Thank you.
Really appreciate it. Let's go to Ms. Squires. And I think that's the last of the public comment, if I'm not mistaken. There she is.
Thank you, Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Sarah Squires, and I am the managing editor of the Riverton Ranger, the Lander Journal, and the Wind River News, and I'm also the news director for Ohio Today Media's suite of radio stations. I want to thank you so much for your time in studying what I think many of us agree are some needed provisions in our transparency laws here in Wyoming. I'm going to mainly focus on fees here. I think it's important to note that the numbers of bad actors that we've heard about today have more to do with those timelines not being met than they have to do with fees. Because reasonable fees isn't well defined in statute right now, Ms. Potter's office isn't often asked to consult on those cases. So I can tell you from a personal standpoint that that's absolutely happening much more often, that we're getting these unreasonable price tags for records. In May, in advance of your last meeting, I sent you a 50-state comparison showing how other states limit local government's ability to assess and levy fees for public records. I do like the draft that you have written before you, but I think as you have examined this issue and come across some stumbling blocks, that document contains some different templates and provisions that could help address those. Like one example is some states allow for extra time to respond and provide for records requests for cities and towns that have smaller populations, and then require that quicker turnaround for bigger municipalities with more staff and more resources to handle those requests. Lots of states waive fees entirely for requests considered for the public good, which make it easier to recoup resources that are expended on large for-profit data mining or harassatory types of requests. So that's one way to kind of draw a line in the sand there to make sure that governments are being responsive to reasonable requests while still being able to assess fees for ones that maybe aren't so reasonable. But in any event, there are lots of recipes out there to sort of balance what appear to be some competing interests here. I don't want to take up too much of your time, but I do want to really encourage you to move this bill ahead. I'm really hopeful that it will be on the table this upcoming session. There are lots of improvements that we could make to these transparency laws down the line, but I think you've got a really great handle on fees and timelines here. One thing I want to point out as well is, well, we've heard from some local government officials here who follow and do respect the laws that we have on the books now. Our team here last year conducted an audit that showed a pretty big problem. What we did was examine local governments here in Fremont County to see how they were charging for fees for public records. And the biggest price tags that we encountered, which were in the thousands of dollars, came from municipal governments, and these were not small municipalities, who passed on the entire mission and work to handle the request to their attorney. So that included sorting and reading through the vast majority of the records that were not legally sensitive and were not did not contain private data. So essentially, we were charged upwards of $300 an hour for those requests. The reason that I'm bringing this up is because I just want to caution you. I'm going down the path of allowing municipalities to pass on the quote actual cost of retrieving records. If you look at that 50-state comparison that I sent you in May, the states that allow actual costs or use that language, they all include limits and waivers to avoid fees being manipulated and used as a deterrent in that way. One way that that's approached is by mandating that the lowest paid qualified staff members' hourly rate is the most that can be charged. But I did want to point out that When it comes to those unreasonable fees, the calculations oftentimes that are used is just excessive reliance on attorneys to do what could be clerical work in a lot of cases. I'm incredibly hopeful for the work that you guys have already done, but I just want to say as well, just on the timeline of hopefully moving this ahead, this next legislative session, that it's been almost a decade that Wyoming local governments have been completely unbridled when it comes to records fees. There are lots of investigations that end up being hindered or delayed or put on the back burner because the records are simply too expensive. Right now, a project that we're working on is investigating how $60,000 is somehow just missing from our local recreation board's coffers. And I know some of you are also working to identify how that money disappeared too. That's taxpayer money. I bring this up because at the end of the day, when that rubber hits the road, access to government records is the way that we can act as watchdogs over our tax dollars. It's how we ensure that we can be good stewards of those tax dollars. And I just want to assure you that a lot of the requests that we're talking about here is hoping to provide from that oversight, whether it's coming from journalists or curious citizens who want to keep their government leaders in their sights and know exactly what's going on with their taxpayer dollars. Transparency isn't a favor, and it's not separate from the government's regular job. It is absolutely a key tenet of it. I want to thank you again so much for your time. I'd be happy to answer your questions. I know it's late. I certainly would answer them down the line too. Thank you so much.
Okay, any questions from Ms. Squires? Any questions? Thank you very much. All right. Any more discussion in the audience? Nobody else online? We've completed the public comment. We have a bill before us. Seems like our choices are to work this bill, send it out for further work, or kill it. So what's your pleasure? Senator Landon.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I agree with you. I think those are probably the options. If our committee is hell-bent to change this law, which I think we have learned today has been a good law. I think we did good work a few years ago. You and I were on that committee, on this committee that did a lot of the work. If we want to make changes, then I think we're going to work pretty well into the evening. I have about 12 or 13 different bullet items that I think need to be considered in amendment form to this bill if we're going to move it forward.
You're always so optimistic.
Yeah, I'm optimistic that all of those amendments will be well received. But, Mr. Chairman, I think this bill really has a long ways to go. And if we really want to get it there, it probably deserves a group that would take it up and probably rewrite would be my suggestion, but that's my take on it.
Committee? Anybody else? Anybody have any enthusiasm for having some folks that volunteered to work on it, to take a look at it? Senator Dockstader.
I'm not looking at volunteering anything, but I do think we need to take Senator Landon's advice perhaps and let our staff put together all the summary of statements and look at where they fit into the bill. And if we do anything, we take it into the session and look at it that way. I just don't, where we meet again, we're clear out to November. I don't think that we do it justice to handle it now. We've heard from our communities, they've got concerns. I think the points that were made have some opportunity there, but I think we have to be careful with this so we don't cause further headache.
Okay, anybody else want to weigh in? So is there a motion to table it in there, or what is there? Table to November, subject to looking at what somebody else has done, or are you trying to get rid of it for the whole session? Representative Locke.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think I would ask maybe that we have at least a little bit of discussion on the bill and see what changes maybe people are proposing from this body and see what changes are recommended. And then I definitely don't think we're in a position to vote on whether this lives or dies today, in my opinion, but I would probably maybe move that we discuss some of the potential amendments that people have and see where it goes. We may want to manage the time on that, but I think we'd at least want to get a little bit of, again, I would move that we at least discuss some of the amendments and see where some of those go and see what that does to the bill.
Well, my concern is that we're so far behind, and this one just ate our lunch, but let's hear more what people have to say. Senator Steinmetz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess I would like to see us form a small working group to work with stakeholders and one another on this committee, whoever feels so inclined to prepare it for the next, to get it in better shape for the next committee meeting. And that would be my preference if we're going to move forward with this.
Okay. Let's just see who in the audience would volunteer to get together and work on this bill. Is that a feasible thing to just say, we'll let you guys take a crack at it and bring us something? Is that kind of what you're suggesting, Senator Steinmetz?
Mr. Chairman, I think a legislator or two should definitely be involved, but yes,
Okay.
a legislator or two in the mix would help.
Ms. Potter, would you chair that group? Would you do that? So committee, here's a possibility. We could let our ombudsman, this is her bailiwick, she has to put up with the problems here, convene a hearing of the stakeholders and see if we could come up with some concrete changes to this bill to move forward. I'm not saying that's necessarily going to happen, but it could happen. And the other thing is, it would also give her the opportunity to have a dialogue in a separate space about all these things, and I think that'd be useful for everybody. Is that a possibility? Is that a possibility?
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Dockstader.
Mr. Chairman, you've chosen the right person to pivot this, Ms. Potter. It's who joins her on that. We saw some hands go up in the audience. Again, I'm not volunteering for anything, but you've got a pivot person there. So.
I think it's a good pivot person. Would any members like to serve on that? Representative Lucas, anybody else? Representative Huff, anybody else? I'll try it if I can. You think we ought to have somebody from the old timers side of the building? Yeah. So here's our charge. We're essentially tabling this bill for now. We're going to see what the working group comes back, and we'll have the same platform and hopefully have an abbreviated list of things that they can agree on to move it forward. And we turn it over to our ombudsman. And if it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out. Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to ask the University of Wyoming if they could give us a perspective on what is involved in a data center that would gather all the information required. I think that would be the next step. I mean, we're going to put Band-Aids on this bill right now, but in the future, it would be great to have a system that people could access themselves and wouldn't bother our public servants with those kind of tasks. So I'd ask the University of Wyoming somehow to give us a cost analysis and time frame and what all is involved. I mean, I know we're asking for a whole new system, so give you something to do, Mike.
Let's hear from whether they want to do that or not. Mr. Smith.
Mr. Chairman, we'll give it a shot and get it. I have no concept for what we're talking about statewide system.
Yeah, I think maybe, would you mind coming and using a microphone for our folks online?
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Representative Johnson, absolutely, at least I wouldn't want to say we can do it. Certainly not going to say we won't. I need to check with some folks and get an idea, but I'll commit UW to taking a go at it, at least getting a start to it and determining kind of what all that might entail.
Okay, we'll work with Ms. Potter on that. All right, anything else? So all in favor of going down this route, essentially setting this aside till the next meeting and seeing what this group comes up with? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, what about the association bill? Would you present it? Thanks, Josh.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. Josh Anderson, LSO. This is 26 LSO 52, working draft 0.5. This was a bill that was requested at our last meeting, the idea of making governmental associations subject to the Public Records Act. There were kind of a number of ways you could go about this. I looked at what some other states did and found not every state makes private entities subject to their Public Records Act, but I did find some examples of states that did so on a limited basis. There were kind of four main categories of entities, private entities that were made subject to the Public Records Act in different states. There were those, of course, that were created by statute, which are more like quasi-public entities. There were some examples of that. There was another example if the private entity conducted some kind of a government function. Third category was where the private entity was supported in whole or in part by public funds, sometimes with a certain percentage, such as 25% or 33 1/3%, but not in all cases. And then there were some that were combinations of categories 2 and 3, where it was supported by public funds and conduct some kind of a government function. And then the fourth, and it was very limited, but there were a couple of cases I found where specific types of entities were made made subject to the Public Records Act in Maine. And that's what this bill is based on. Their association of municipalities was made subject to their Public Records Act. And then in West Virginia, they made all hospital boards subject to their Public Records Act. So getting into the bill, Mr. Chairman, on page 2, it would make a governmental entity, the definition of governmental entity include a local government association, and then adds a new definition for a local government association to mean any association, the membership of which is composed exclusively of political subdivisions, including boards, commissions, agencies, or authorities of a subdivision, or any combination of these entities. Over onto page 3, this would allow the custodian to deny the right of inspection for records of a local government association that are not directly related to the transaction of public business. And down in the middle of page 3, lines 16 and 17, this would just not allow the ombudsman to waive the fees, reasonable fees charged by a government association. For right of inspection, over to page 4, this would just say, give authority of the local government association to assess a reasonable fee, because you can see above there, it was otherwise required a statute, rule, resolution, or ordinance or similar, and they would not otherwise have that authority to issue those types of laws. Then starting on the middle of page 4, then this is getting into the Public Meetings Act, which would add in the definition of agency also a local government association as defined above. And then finally, Mr. Chairman, the definition of meeting, it would specify that for purposes of a local government association, Meeting would mean a meeting would mean a meeting that is open to the full membership of that local government association. So that's the bill, Mr. Chairman. I'd take any questions.
And you did, there was a lot of work on the memo too. That's a big, do you want to hit the high points of the memo? You think you already have?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, and I realized, I know I sent that to you and the co-chairman. I don't know if I actually ever sent that to the full committee. And I apologize for that, but I did that summary at the beginning of the 4 types of entities that I kind of found that were subject to these types of public records laws, private entities that are subject to these types of laws.
Questions for Mr. Anderson? Let's go with Representative Locke, and then we'll go down to Representative Webb.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for kind of that summary. So can you kind of summarize, I apologize, I know you went through them pretty quickly, but for example, it sounded like some of the states that you found set a certain percentage on what was public funds and what wasn't. Were there any states that basically took the approach that said, if you receive public funds, you are exposed to public, you're exposed to public disclosure, or whatever, this Public Records Act? Did any states take that approach?
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Chairman, I believe there were a couple of examples. I think maybe North Dakota took that approach of if you receive public funds. Of course, there was an exclusion for, so you had to receive public funds, but that does not generally and usually include payments for goods or services. So those would be excluded. So if you're contractually providing services and getting paid for that, you wouldn't be considered to be receiving public funds.
Representative Webb.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As I read through this draft, I notice local government associations. I don't see anything addressing state government associations. I'm wondering if that's covered somewhere else, if it needs to be covered in this draft, or just, I need to be educated on that. Thank you.
And Representative Webb, what in your mind constitutes a state government association?
I believe that we have organizations within our state government that belong to associations, just like our municipalities belong to WHAM. And I'm wondering if, you know, if we're going to have our local government, our counties and our cities be subject to this, do we need to look at also having our state associations belong to or be covered under this also?
It's a fair question. I can't think of one off the top of my head. Can anybody help me with branch of the executive branch, for example, that's a member of a local? Yes, sir. That includes local government and, okay, something like that. Okay, thank you for that. All right.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear his answer, so.
He did say, yes, there was an Association of State Drinking Water Administrators, which includes members from the executive branch and local government people. So there are indeed, according to your point, the state sometimes is a member of the association.
Okay, do we need to include, are they included, would they be subject to this bill or not?
I don't think they are, because this says which is the membership of which is composed exclusively of political subdivisions, including boards, commissions, agencies, or authorities of a subdivision or any combination of those entities. So a state government entity is not a political subdivision. So that would not be, if there was one state entity in it, it wouldn't be exclusive, which is line 12 of page, is that page 2 of the bill? I'm not sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
So you would have to finesse that if we needed to. It also basically says if they had one private member, they wouldn't be exclusive as well, right, Mr. Anderson?
Yeah, so Mr. Chairman, so yeah, this is just as drafted and as based on the law from Maine. It was just specific for the local government, and political subdivisions is defined in that section of law as just cities, towns, counties, special districts, and school districts, I believe. So it'd be a policy choice, I think, to make it subject to state agencies. And then again, as you know, yeah, I think, what was the second part? I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, I just lost it. Oh, yeah, the word exclusively. So,
Yeah.
And that, again, also came from the main legislation.
Okay. Senator Steinmetz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just have a question, and I missed part of the other meeting because we had family in town. And so if you've covered this, please enlighten me. But did we discuss at all maybe just having, rather than having a bunch of bureaucracy, having them publish a budget of their use of public funds on maybe their website or something, rather than going through this whole process of requesting things and trying to figure out what goes where and all of that? Was that even considered? Just, it might be a more efficient and transparent use of time.
So Senator Steinmetz, I don't know if that's an appropriate question for Josh necessarily, but we did not discuss that approach as a committee, and it is a decent alternative. Josh, do you agree?
Mr. Chairman, I agree, and I do think, and I'll defer to some of the folks behind me, but I do think that some of them noted at our last meeting that the appropriation of these funds from the cities and towns, that portion of it would be a public record already.
Right, where they put the funds, they approve the funds. Yeah. Okay, anybody else? Questions for Mr. Anderson? Representative Weber? Okay. Anybody else? Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Who wants to address us on this bill? Mr. Bonner.
Mr. Chairman, Bob Bonner, the Newsletter Journal, Wyoming Press Association, and a friend of the committee. I'm going to make it easy on you guys and be really quick with this one. This is another one that I asked the committee to consider as possibly a compromise to another draft that you've got later today to consider. After seeing the draft, to tell you the truth, I thank you to the LSO for their effort, but some of the carve-outs in the bill make me a little concerned about it, as far as it almost seems like it creates a Craig type situation. I think we remember when Craig had some records requested from it a few years ago. They're carved out and exempt, and I really hesitate in the name of transparency to create a transparency bill that gives the associations, I mean, the very first one, that are not directly related, any records, it creates an exemption, a new exemption that says any records of a local government association that are not directly related to the transaction of public business. I honestly don't know what kind of record that would be, what record an association would have that was not related to the transaction of public business.
It might be their bar tab at Saratoga.
Wow, I can't believe you went there. Bold. Except for, and again, it does a carve out for the associations to be able to charge, that the ombudsman wouldn't be able to waive fees charged by associations, but would be able to waive fees charged by local governments. That seemed unusual. I guess, again, in the interest of being brief, I thought of it as a compromise position on the bill that you're going to consider later today. And after looking at it, I think the bill you're considering later today is stronger and better for the people of Wyoming. And I let you decide whether you want to go down that road or not either too. But as a person who requested this, I would say that I've got some regrets in requesting it, because I think there's some problems with the bill. And in the interest of allowing the committee to focus on what I think is a much more important bill and a heavier lift, the one that we just discovered, I would say that as the person who proposed this, I'd sure let you off the hook if you think that this one's not ready for prime time, because I certainly don't after looking at it.
Okay. Anybody else? We do have that other bill that's just it's much bigger lift, but let's hear from Mr. Correnti.
I would, if I could, Mr. Chairman. The one thing is I would encourage the associations to maybe voluntarily try to do some of the things that Senator Steinmetz suggested, and that's what I asked for in the last meeting, to maybe voluntarily start putting their budgets and stuff like that on their websites. Would possibly answer some of the committee's concerns, some of the citizens' concerns, and some of the legislature's concerns that were addressed last session about not really knowing what the associations do or how much taxpayer dollars they are spending spending. So maybe a voluntary compliance from the associations would help address this issue moving forward.
Thank you. Anything else from Mr. Bonner? Thank you, Mr. Bonner. Mr. Correnti.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Joey Cranny. I'll be testifying as the Vice Chairman of the Carbon County Republican Party. I have members that have concerns with the definition of a local government association being any association where the membership composed exclusively of political subdivisions, blah, 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 blah. Anybody who's been in Wyoming politics knows that since 1973, we've had no issue whatsoever with Title 22 4-101 until recently. We've had a case that's gone all the way up to the U.S. Supreme Court and one that's currently ongoing based on this specific question. My precinct members are publicly elected representatives of the county party, but they do public work in nominating vacancy positions. So by this definition, I have members that don't believe there's enough safeguards saying some of the things we talked about earlier. My personal emails and my cell phone traffic during the time we are doing vacancies is actually protected. There are definitions of precinct and political subdivision which don't clarify any of our concerns. So maybe if some of that could be addressed in the definition, or as you previously were requested, just kick this one to the side. But I think because this continually comes up in different ways, Representative Yin's suggestion at the last meeting, and maybe I'm going a little far in proposing an interim topic for 2026, but a holistic review of the political parties' presence throughout a series of laws, what they're defined as, what we expect of them, and I'm not going to go on one side of another or another with just getting into that, but I think that conversation needs to be had. But as this is written right now, I have concerns that my 75-year-old precinct committee woman from Bags might have somebody come and asking for her cell phone because she's talking about vacancy replacements. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'll stand for any questions.
Questions for Mr. Correnti? Thank you, Mr. Correnti. Mr. Murdoch.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Matt Murdoch, President of WHAM, Mayor of Pinedale as well. Clearly, we have concerns about this bill.
I'm detecting a theme here.
I know. Thank you. As I said earlier in my previous testimony, WHAM is a private member-funded 501c6 under the Wyoming Nonprofit Corporation. It is not created by statute, does not exercise sovereign power, and receives no state appropriation. Under longstanding U.S. Supreme Court precedent, private associations have strong First Amendment protections. We do feel that this law borders on that. We think that there is very strong and highly potential litigation that could follow from this bill. We do think that this bill should be rethought and looked at. WHAM operates, as you know, as this association. Yes, we have government members, but even our dues go for most of the education, which we spoke about earlier with Representative Locke, is can there be training that takes place to help cities and towns improve their SOP? A lot of that funding goes that direction. So to suddenly open up this organization to a Public Records Act is going to open up a major can of worms, possibly litigation, as I said earlier. But we also have private members and people that are working within us. And this is just messy, Mr. Chairman. I would say go back and let's talk about it some more.
Thank you, Mr. Murdoch. Any questions for Mr. Murdoch? All right.
Mr. Chairman.
Oh, I'm sorry, Senator Dockstader.
Mr. Murdoch, Mayor Murdoch, are you speaking for WHAM? What do you think about my colleague's suggestion to be more forthcoming on the website? I'm just pulling up the website now and looking at it, trying to find some information related to finances.
I'll let Ms. Harpstreet speak to that. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Because we're governed by nonprofit.
Ms. Harpstreet, go ahead.
Oh, excuse me. Sorry,
You
Mr.
bet.
Chairman, Senator Dockstader, Senator Steinmetz. Because we're not a private nonprofit, we do publish our financials every year and audited financials. And those can be found. We don't put them on our website, but I would be more than happy to.
That might be a partial solution, right?
Yeah, they're out there.
So anybody else? Senator Bonner?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And along those lines, as I'm thinking about this, I'm thinking about the way often your association, county commissioners, school boards operates, at least the way we see it. You see a statewide position on this side or the other bill. I've been thinking about that, how that, I'm kind of curious how my local commissioner, my local school board member votes when you, I assume you take some sort of poll of your members, maybe my local mayor, local council member, is that part transparent? Because I think that's the biggest concern I have is sometimes, WHAM will come up with a position. I imagine it must be pretty easy if you're a member of WHAM to go into a smoke-filled back room and come up with a position on this side or the other issue and not have to take accountability for it yet. WHAM, county commissioners, school boards are out there saying this is our position. So is there an opportunity for more transparency, more communication as to how you come up with your positions that you present to us when you come to this committee or to the legislature?
Mr.
Would
Chairman.
like to address that, Mr. Murdoch?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Senator. That's actually a really great question. I think one thing that's really important, I'll take one step back, 2 steps forward, if you will, to remember that the board of directors of WHAM is actually made up of elected officials, elected and selected by other elected officials. What WHAM has previously done is that cities throughout the state would be able to vote on resolutions of topics of concern that would be moved as a resolution to our conferences. And then during that conference meeting, they were brought before the body voted on, which would be by representatives, 1 vote per town per city, which would be the priorities that we focus on. I think we've all recognized legislation is moving very quickly, Mr. Chairman, and we have found that we are oftentimes trying to come up with the legislation and interim topics 3 months after interim topics are being distributed to the committees. So one thing that we've begun to do this last year is, again, going back to our regions. WHAM is divided into regions throughout the state. I think 6 regions is the number off the top of my head. My apologies, I'm the president, but I should know that. We meet on a regular basis, quarterly basis, and in those meetings, which are open, we do discuss those topics that are important to us. At that point in time, they float to the board and to what we call the Legislative Leadership Committee, of which I've been a member on for several years, multiple years at this point. At that point, we discuss among ourselves what are the ones that align with WHAM's philosophy, which is pretty simple. We local government control, care for the people, infrastructure, et cetera. We don't want to get involved in the politics of whether or not we're going to have immigrants or not within the state of Wyoming. That's really not issues that we weigh into. At that point in time, those issues are decided, and then we begin tracking them. And so our bill tracker is actually available on the WHAM website. So it is open for anybody to know whether there's a bill that we oppose, support, or just monitoring. We do actually have weekly meetings where we discuss that. They are involved in the discussions at our conferences, and that is open to the website, to people on the website. And quite often when you see one of us come and present, it will have been something that we've all agreed on. We also, I should say, and you've probably have seen it, every city and town is free to disagree with us. If the majority of the 99 members feel that we need property tax and we need it badly, or we need increased sales and use tax, or we need a 5th penny, and we come up here and speak on that, if a mayor or a council member from another city disagrees with WHAM, they are more than welcome to come to the table and also express their opinion. So there is not a total line policy, but what we try to do is distill and rationalize and reason so that when we come before you, we have a well-thought process of approaching bills, and instead of, as you mentioned at our previous meeting, 99 mayors, you get 1 or 2 or 3. But again, as I said, so that is available on the public website. People can know what we oppose, and many of you have had conversations with Ashley and others where we've said this is our position on it. And some of it, as I said, as legislators, I will say parenthetically, sorry, my little sermon from on my soapbox, I would encourage every legislator to make time to go visit their town and city councils. I will tell you the town of Pinedale has not seen our representatives. We've seen some in the past, but I don't know if our legislators actually know what the town of Pinedale's problems are. Do you understand what we are struggling with? And I would encourage you, or at least try to get in touch with that, because that will probably inform you a lot of what's going on within our zoning, whether our budget, our revenues, what we're doing on staffing, and that would be very helpful. We know that you're very busy. So to close that parenthesis, this is one of the reasons we come quite often and speak to you privately or speak to you publicly. And again, instead of having 99 members and having 490 council members, we try to come in 1 or 2 voices and say that. But to answer your question, Senator, the bill tracker is on the WHAM website, and I don't know if you want to say anything else.
I think I might add, it's a two-way street. Yep. We're not going to walk into a council meeting and hijack it. You need to understand that. That is a very That's not our role. If we're invited to come, we'd love to be invited. So that invite is really important to us. I don't know how you all feel, but I'm not going to go march down to my city council meeting and hijack their agenda.
Mr. Chairman, I think your point is very well made, and I had that conversation specifically with Representative Summers at the time, and I think to your point, we got better at that as the town of Pinedale as well, because we want to make certain that you are welcome and come. So to your point, we have.
Then ask them.
Yes, we have.
Okay. Anybody else? Any other answer? Representative Lott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just real quick, you'd mentioned that your books are fully available. Is that for private and public money? Is that for all of your financials?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Locke, and it's escaping me right now, and maybe I can phone a friend, what it's called that we do for our financial audit that we, as a 501c6, that we produce. 990, thank you. It was on the tip of my tongue.
There you go.
We have the 990 that shows the whole entire mix of our funds in there. And I would like to note also that we delineate in our budget, which we could make transparent, the advocacy funds are completely separate and are not our dues from our municipal members.
Very good.
Thank you. And
Follow up?
just real quick, and that's more than anything, it's this issue of, and I think the senator mentioned it, it's this issue of if there's public money involved, people want, even if there's public and private, people want to understand what influence and what's in there. That's the biggest thing, is just that transparency of that information. And you can look and see what's happening, and it makes it a little bit more palatable for folks. Thank you.
But let's be clear, we're talking about WHAM. There are other organizations as well. So you can only speak about WHAM.
Mr. Chairman, correct. And Mr. Chairman, Representative Locke, when we engage in advocacy, we do on the behalf of the same constituents you represent. Our goal is not to grow the government, but to protect that local autonomy, reduce the taxpayer burden, and ensure that our policies reflect the realities on the ground, like my mayor just spoke about. Whether it's infrastructure, emergency services, or land use, local governments, it's where policy meets the people. And most of the time, I'm not usually coming to you saying, no, yes, I'm just saying, if you pass this, XYZ happens. This is an unfunded mandate, or whatever the ripple effect is. So that's kind of our advocacy approach.
Okay, are we almost done here with you guys? One more thing. Go ahead.
So, Mr. Chairman and Representative Locke, I think the other thing that's interesting is, I think it should actually be of great interest to the legislature is that, municipal, if the cities pay a dues, and it does support our education facility, this is not corporations that are influencing WHAM's policies. These are the elected people who are, again, elected by you, who are coming forward and saying property taxes are an issue, sales tax is an issue, lead and copper is an issue. So when we come forward with policies, they are not being influenced by corporations or outsiders. They're actually being influenced by the very people that you also represent. We work together, right? You're doing your part, we do our part, and hopefully the state's a better place. Kumbaya, Mr. Chairman.
Kumbaya, thanks a lot. Appreciate it. I'm just going to poll the audience. Does anybody want to testify in favor of this bill? Raise your hand if you want to testify in favor of this bill. Does anybody online wish to testify in favor of this bill? Could we take that under consideration as we move forward to, I'm not seeing anybody that wants to testify. We got one hand. Go ahead, let them in. Say the name again for me, Katie. Representative Brady, welcome.
Oops. Thank you. Oops. Sorry, I have one behind me. Darn it. Well, let me get that. If that helps. Sorry, guys. Thank you. That doesn't help. Yeah, I'd like to make a comment since we're on association. And so first of all, good afternoon, Chairman and committee. As he said, I'm Representative Marlene Brady for House District 60. Thank you for allowing me to take a few moments against all levels of publicly funded associations. The only way to free Wyoming people from the curse of this government is to end this madness. Last session, 800 bills were submitted, 500 processed. 195 considered and 175 passed to add to the 78,000 statutes. We need deregulation. These organizations add another layer of fog, obscurity, and obstruction, and an inappropriate level of influence from a political body not provided for in the Constitution. We already have a level of legal associations funded. It is called the legislature, the commissioners, the city councils. The people do not want another layer of invisible resistance making policy outside the Constitution, who have freedom of assembly, and they are welcome to dance, show movies, play baseball, but not at public expense and not on public dime. My second comment is these associations are invisible and unaccountable to the public. An example of negative output is the Western Governors Association, which conspired and inflicted net zero carbon policies, windmills, and solar on Wyoming and the West. Wind turbines are a monument to corrupt science and illustrate the effect group thinking, promoting false narratives at public expense. Other examples are the Clerks Association lobbied against ballot hand count. The Tax Assessors Association lobbied against the People's Ballot Initiative to reduce property tax. The Commissioners Association bought themselves a house without public input or approval from the public. No rules or oversight. This building should be sold immediately. Action is needed now to end funding and abuse of those funds. Did the Western Governors Association lobby to make Washington open the ports to Wyoming energy products? No. Associations never lobby for the people. They do the opposite, to work and lobby against the people and for more government. It's unconscionable. You would allow millions of taxpayer funds per year to be paid to these ethically bankrupt groups. And that's what I had to say, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Questions for Representative Brady? Any questions for Representative Brady? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Kep.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for the chance. I'm responding to, you had requests, does anybody support this bill? And I had
Sure.
to jump in here real fast and raise my hand. Absolutely, I support this bill. I actually find it ironic that the association was just lobbying against the bill, and that's kind of what we're saying. Hey, guys, this isn't fair. You know, as an individual of the public, I have to sit here 8 hours. No offense, you're sitting there too. I get it. But as a member of the public, I don't have an association representing me. I have to show up on my own dime and my own time in order to do this. Thank you for the remote testimony. I either support this bill or the other bill that's in front of you. One of the two, we need to rein this thing in. They're operating outside of the legal channels. They're using associations to implement rules and policies that impact all the people in the state. And the people are simply saying, hey, we need to do something about this. These associations are impacting us in our lives and in everything that we do, and we don't have any oversight or visibility into what's going on. And so I either support this bill or the other bill that's in front of you, but I just want to raise my hand and say I do support this bill. Thank you. I stand for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Kep. I think there's a question for you, Representative Steinmetz, Senator Steinmetz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Kep, I just have a question because this is included in the county commissioner's budget, your county commissioners at your local level. And so I'm always very cognizant. One of the things that I'm concerned about is us stepping over jurisdictional lines because people have elected their own county commissioners, their own mayors, and all of those folks to represent them just like they elected us. But I don't think, I'm just hesitant to step over those lines when you could go to your local county commissioners at their budget meeting and say, I don't want you paying these association dues, and here is why, and take care of this at the local level without the legislature stepping in, if that makes sense. So what do you think of that solution to this problem?
Mr. Kep, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Steinmetz, it's a good question, right? And I've actually done that. I've showed up at the county commissioners meetings, I've showed up at the school board meetings, and I've brought up this issue. And the response, because I live in Crook County, is that the actual amount that they're paying in dues is it's a small amount for the value they get, right? So they get access to legislative lobbying, they get access to information, all that stuff. In fact, some of them have told me I'm nuts to even bring it up, just being straight up honest. On the flip side, if you remember in the previous testimony at the last session, there was a representative from Casper who commented that he's very proud that his dues are something like, and I'm misquoting a little bit, but around $50,000. So my immediate thought was, does his taxpayers know that they're subsidizing other counties like Crook County with their fees and dues? So I understand that perspective. I don't know how to handle that. I just know that when we look at what the Legislative Services Office has found, they found that other states do ban public money to go into private associations. And I think there needs to be something done about it. My main thing is in election integrity. So I saw the clerks associations actually lobbying against bills that our own local clerk said that she was not aligned with. So I think it's a big question. And I just want to say that I'm in general support of this bill. I hope that answered your question. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Any other questions for Mr. Kep? Thank you, Mr. Kep. Anybody else online? Who's online? Okay, can you let her in? And Mr. Allwood, were you going to address this? You're supporting the bill? You want to get it while we're getting Ms. Kaufman in here?
Mr. Chairman, I apologize. If you can have your staff bump me out of the panelist so I can watch on Zoom but not have to be in here as a panelist, I'd appreciate it.
Oh, you don't like this meeting either. I can understand that. I know exactly. I wish they'd bump me out of here. You bet.
Same
Mr.
thing
Kemp.
for me,
Thanks a lot,
please.
President.
Thank you.
Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Allred.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, I see both sides a little bit here, but one thing that does kind of concern me, you know, and I do see Mr. Karenni's comments. The difference with the political parties is they are not funded with one dime of taxpayer money. It's all personal money. Whatever is donated to the party is coming out of somebody's pocket. And when we talk about these associations, and I'm not saying do away with them, but when they stand up and say they don't think they should be subject to public, records request, their money comes from, as was mentioned, in the county commissioner's budget. And, as they do that, it's coming from taxpayer dollars is what's doing that. And I do believe the public has a right to know what is happening with their taxpayer dollars. I would love it if my county commissioner would show up here and talk to you guys. Then I could have them on record as to what their position is. As it is, Jeremiah stands up here and says, well, I represent the county commissioners. I don't have any accountability to my commissioners. And to the point that was brought up, I did go to our county commissioners and I said, you guys are complaining about your budget this year. Why don't you cut out the County Commissioners Association, the clerks, the treasurers, the assessors, all these associations? And he just looked at me and says, that is not going to happen. And I said, our county commissioners, they show up at the legislature. They have a week that they show up at the legislature, but how many times do they actually get up and address you guys? I agree that these associations sometimes collectively can do that, but that doesn't give us accountability to our individual, the people that we elect to represent us. They pay some money and then the association stands up. A lot of times, sometimes they agree with bills that I agree with, and sometimes they don't. But my elected officials that I elected, I can't have any accountability on them. They just say, oh, well, that was the association that voted that. No, I want to know what you say. I do believe as long as they're getting taxpayer funds in any way, shape, or form, they should be subject to public records request. You guys are. I've been in that seat before. And I believe that these associations that represent these things that are using taxpayer dollars, they should be accountable.
Actually, just to correct something, we're not subject to the public records request.
Well, yeah,
for
with
example,
exceptions.
Be clear about that, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, any questions for Mr. Allred? Representative Johnson and Senator Steinmetz.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I'm really confused here. Did we just skip over 3 subjects and go to their 415?
No, we still are, this is within public records. It's the public records request of associations. It's 26 LSO 0052.
Okay.
It's blended, I agree, and they're spilling over into the other. A lot of people have said they'd rather see the other or the other covers it, or, so there.
I'm sorry, I'm easily confused. Thank you.
Well, I think it's not even noon yet, to be perfectly honest. Senator Steinmetz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Mr. Allred. So one of the things WHAM has said they would be glad to do, and maybe other associations would, is put their accounting up online and publish their 990s. But also, I just wanted to tell you what I do in my area, and I missed it before last session, but I, as the senator for those areas, invite all my local elected officials to a meeting before session, and we hash out all the local things that are going on. We talk through all the issues and do all of that. That might be another route to try and interact with everyone and see if your state representatives and your local representatives could come together with your concerns, because at the end of the day, you know, I just hate to take a sledgehammer to another function of elected officials and say that somehow we have a better contact with our citizens when they're boots on the ground dealing with issues every day. And so that's where I'm coming from. I could, you know, I'm glad to listen to all the angles of this, but I really respect our local representatives, and I like to have that conversation with them before we go into session.
Mr. Allred.
Mr. Chairman and Senator Steinmetz, thank you. And I do know that she does that, and I appreciate that when it works. I've seen a lot of times where they won't meet, or I mean, it's hard to get them sometimes to even show up to a meeting. And, you know, and I'm not saying get rid of the associations, you know, knock them out. But I do think that public records requests are reasonable for them, where they're receiving public funds. I know, you know, as I've worked with several of these different associations, as Mr. Chairman, as you're well aware, I worked very close with the county clerks associations. And I'll tell you, Malcolm was fantastic to work with. And I'm not saying they're not good, but I do think that they should be accountable when the citizens want to know something, whether, you know, how, what went on in the meetings, or how they came to their positions. I do think that that's important.
Okay, Mr. Co-Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So as a matter of auditing these organizations, because they are separate legal entities, you know, I look at it maybe as doing it the same as you would 1% funds, where a county or city or town actually has a memorandum of understanding or a contract with the association to show exactly what services they're contracting for and what's provided. And then the associations can use their private dues for, you know, purchasing a property or lobbying or anything like that. But as long as everything is audited and spelled out, you can kind of catch that on the county end or the town end or the city end in their auditing to see exactly what you're paying for and exactly what those dues are for. How would you feel about something like that?
Mr. Allred.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Knapp, Mr. Co-Chairman, I do agree that's a good step in there. And, you know, like I say, the more transparent everybody is, the better off we all are. You know, and I know, as you talk about sometimes the real estate, from my understanding, that house was bought in Cheyenne. Each of the counties were assessed for that. So that's, again, that's taxpayer money. Again, however we get to the point where everything's transparent and open, for these associations to just say, well, we're a private organization, that's not necessarily true when you're taking taxpayer funds. Yeah, I mean, they always have these things, they talk about NGOs and all that. But if taxpayer funds are going to it, I think the public has a right to know.
Go ahead, a follow-up?
And the reason I bring that up is we look at management audit as well on that committee, and we see that, you know, small cities and towns really do rely on these organizations. So if they were treated more as a vendor than they were an association with dues, I think that would help, and also help these smaller communities in accessing a vendor, so to speak, for audits themselves or for any other staff-related issues that they may not have because they don't have enough money to have people. So that's just the comment I would have, if you have a comment to that.
Let's try to make it short because I'm trying to move this along.
Mr. Chairman, yes, I agree. We can look at that. But, you know, we do have to agree these associations do carry a little more weight. As you guys know, I've been in these committees for, geez, longer than most of you have, except for Mr. Chairman. And
sure, you had to dig at me.
and the testimony, like say you got the state employees, and then you have the associations, and then the public is down underneath. And sometimes we don't have much room for the public, but we definitely get the associations in. They are given more weight. So anyway, however we get there, I think that we need to really get something out there. And I do think the public is entitled to information from these guys. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else have questions for Mr. Alwood? Thank you, Mr. Alwood. And I bet when you were the Secretary of State, you worked hard with that Association of Clerks. So Ms. Kaufman, you're next.
Thank you very much. I'm not going to repeat what everybody else said as far as removing these fees from our associations. I do want to remind everybody that, excuse me, Article 16, Section 6 of our Constitution says that we cannot loan or credit any corporation or association. So I encourage that, and that we totally remove the fees being paid by taxpayers. Taxpayers are maxed out. I did do some of these things that Chairman Steinmetz had suggested as far as going to your locals. I have FOIA, I have public request, different information that we found during the elections, and was sent back emails basically saying we can't personally request those for public records. And just recently I went into my county commissioners and I so to speak petitioned them and explained to them how these fundings with this purchase of the building of the WCCA is just mind-boggling to so many people in Platte County, and I'm sure across the state. But we did petition them to stop funding all these associations, including their transportation, their per diem, and everything. They did clarify that when these people come down to testify in legislative things or across the state, that they stay on their salary. So we're also additionally paying for those days, and they don't break it out and give that bill to the association when they come and are backed by association. So I believe that we need to do something, and it needs to be done right away for some reason. I believe in what Chairman Chris Knapp said was wonderful. It's an avenue that we can work together. But so far, what we have in existence right now, there's no way to get any information. And unfortunately, at the level of the clerk and at the level of the commissioners in my county, it's not able to get any information. So I thank you. If you have any questions, I'll stay.
Okay. Anybody else? Any questions for Ms. Kaufman? Thank you very much, Ms. Kaufman.
Thank you.
So committee, I know that if we solicited testimony of folks opposed, let's just get them to, if you're opposed to this bill, would you raise your hand right now? So we could go on for a long time. We're kind of at a junction here where we could make a decision about this bill or not. What are people's thoughts? Senator Landon.
Mr. Chairman, sensing, where we stand on this one, I would just move that we table this bill.
Okay. Sort of, we probably would need a motion on the bill first before we tabled it, but is that the direction people want to go? Can we just kind of do a straw poll?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. It probably would need to be moved, and then we would make that motion. I apologize, but.
Do people want to keep working this bill to try to get it, or are we looking at some of the other solutions? Senator Steinmetz.
Mr. Chairman, I'm very interested in Co-Chairman Knapp's ideas and would be much more comfortable looking at that than the bill in front of us.
Okay, anybody else want to weigh in? How will that one get developed? Senator Steinmetz, what's your idea? Co-Chairman Knapp?
Yeah, I'm not sure that we would need a bill at this point in time. I think this could be handled and be looked at as that type of vendor relationship where everything is open and transparent, and you can actually see where your funds are going as a taxpayer. So I think that's my.
Yeah.
Could we summarize that a little tighter, just in case the public missed?
Yeah, let's.
Co-Chair's original proposal?
Let's Senator Knapp, would you maybe plow that field one more time?
Yeah, I think, if we wanted to move it forward to next meeting, basically, is to come up with that type of a plan where we wouldn't necessarily need a bill. We can just work towards having that group basically show how it would work. And to me, it's no different than 1% funds. That's taxpayer money, but it's all accounted for. The people know what it's going to because it's a memorandum of understanding and contracts versus having to do it by a bill.
And in your proposal, Mr. Co-Chairman, you'd also kind of said, well, if we kind of had the information like these were vendors, and it is kind of a vendor issue, and that's why Article 16, Section 6 doesn't really come in, because they're paying for services that the association provides them. And Josh, am I kind of on the right track for that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so it's not just they're giving their money to someone that's doing something else. This is providing services. So I think that might be a good plan. Maybe the two of you could get together. Oh, Senator Boner.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I just, maybe if I could include the concept that was brought up briefly, in addition to the finances, I'm also concerned about the lack of political transparency. And the mayor's answer, to be clear, highlighted the concern exactly. They'll put the position on the website. What you don't see on the website is how the individual members, elected officials, voted on hot button issues on occasion, Second Amendment things, property tax relief, other things.
Well, they probably don't take roll calls, but you're going to make them take roll calls now.
I'll leave it up to them. I think I've stated the concerns succinctly, and if it's not feasible for them to do that, maybe they're weighing on too many issues, who knows? But so I think that's my concern, is that what can we do to increase transparency for the positions they take as an association? Because ultimately that comes down to individual members who are also elected officials.
So Ms. Harpstreet, could you get with Senator Boner and Senator Steinmetz and maybe decide what you're going to present to us? We're not really looking for legislation. This legislation, as I understand it, no one wants to move it forward at this time. We're looking for kind of some summary at the next meeting as to what the art of possible is. Is that fair enough? Ms. Harpstreet, I'm counting on you. Okay. Where are we at? Are we done with the morning yet?
Bill would die without a motion, right?
Yeah, there is.
Bill has died without a motion.
Yeah, the bill, I didn't even solicit a motion. Does anyone want to make a motion? I hope not. Sorry, that was editorializing. Apologize for that. We don't have a motion on that bill, so let's just move on. And Mr. Co-Chairman, are you ready to take over since we just got through lunch? It's housing.
Let's have a late lunch today.
We still have, we're hearing from the Wyoming Community Development Authority and Mr. Hall. They were going to give us an update on the housing, maybe a little summary of the bills that were addressed before. Yeah. Yeah, we could take a break. I think that's a good idea.
So the only other thing we'll have to do is just make sure direct distribution.
Let's come back at 5. Okay, it's 5 o'clock.
May I request to be on that group that's going to study that bill?
Yeah, of course you can. All right. We're going to hear from the Wyoming Community Development Authority on workforce housing and housing in general in Wyoming. Welcome, Scott, Mr. Overland, Mr. Hall.
Legislative consultant.
Oh, okay.
Mr. Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
We're back in business. Come on.
All right. We'll get to it. Just appreciate the time that you are going to allow for us today to talk about something that we all think is very important, our housing, workforce housing. And I'm Matt Hall. I'm the Legislative Director for the Wyoming Community Development Authority. And we have a bit of a presentation here, and really with that, I'll turn it over to our Executive Director.
All right.
Overland.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, thank you for inviting us here today. I'm Scott Hoversland. I'm the Executive Director of the Wyoming Community Development Authority. And we do have a presentation that I put in the board packet, and I think Katie's going to pull up.
There it is.
There it is right there. There's a few things I kind of wanted to go through and explain about who we were, who is WCDA, what do we have to offer, and then talk a little bit about what we've been doing over the last several years as far as the housing crisis that we have in the state, or the housing problems that we're facing, and then what we've done over the last year in doing a statewide strategic housing action plan and looking at some of those things that we can do to hopefully start making some progress on both housing supply and some of the cost of housings in the state. So first, I'd like to start off with a little bit of history of WCDA on the next page. And who is WCDA? We were created by the state legislature in 1975 by state statute, set up initially as a state agency, but with some lawsuit on the constitutionality of that law, where it came down to where we're an instrumentality of the state. We received $300,000 in the very beginning as a loan, I think through CDBG funds, that was paid back over, I believe, I always heard the first 2 or 3 years that money was paid back. And we were created to raise capital to finance affordable housing within the state of Wyoming. We're most well known for our single family mortgage purchase program, which we've been doing since, I think we did our first bond issue in 1978 to purchase mortgages with those proceeds of the bonds, and have been doing that ever since. We also administer federal funds from the federal government for affordable rental housing. We are located right here in Casper, and we have 45 FTE that we employ at this time. And the creation date, I said this is our 50th year, and we show the logo up there. We were created on March 12th, 1975. The next slide goes into some of what our single family programs are. Our single family home ownership program, the one that I talked about, where we sell tax exempt bonds on the open market, and then we use those proceeds from those bonds to purchase mortgages that qualify. That's controlled by IRS rules, and so we have to have all of our borrowers meet certain purchase price and income limits before they qualify for our program. And they also have to be a first-time homebuyer. A first-time homebuyer doesn't mean that it's the first time you've ever bought a home, but you haven't owned a home as your primary residence within the last 3 years, and you could qualify. Again, as long as you met those purchase price and income limits under that. We have a few other products that aren't from that first-time homebuyer program. We have an EDGE program by where we sell taxable bonds on the open market, and then are able to put those out there, and those don't have all of the IRS restrictions on them as much, because those bonds are taxable. So we can do second mortgages with that. That EDGE program is currently at 6.875, where we're offering those mortgages. The first-time homebuyers is at 6.25. There's a couple other secondary market programs that we call the Advantage program, where those mortgages are, we do the purchases of those mortgages. They're sold to Ginnie Mae, and then they're wrapped into a mortgage-backed security and sold to investors. We also have an HFA preferred program. That is kind of dormant program that right now is at 7%. We have that program out there, but I don't think we've done a loan there for a year or two in that Fannie Mae program. They're kind of priced out of the market right now, and they set the prices daily, so. We also offer down payment assistance for our loans up to $15,000 on a loan. So if you have a WCDA first-time home buyer loan, you can get up to $15,000 for down payment and closing costs to assist you in getting into your first home. All home buyers have to bring $1,500 of their own cash into a transaction to make sure that, you know, they've got some skin in the game, but they also have to have go through a home buyer education class that we work with a Wyoming Housing Network here in Casper to provide that to all of our home buyers across the state. Then once we do those loans, I think the important part and the thing that I like about what we do, we have our own servicing department to service all of those loans. So we're servicing our Wyoming loans right here in Wyoming. We don't have a big national bank that's doing all the servicing, and then our borrowers, you know, in Gillette or Casper or anywhere around the state are talking to somebody back on the East Coast and saying, hey, you know, we've got a little problem going on up here in Gillette, coal mines are shutting down. We actually, because we service it, we know what's happening around the state, and we're able to work with our borrowers in those areas and help them, you know, through those tough times. And, you know, whether it be loan modifications or some certain types of payment plans, we're able to work directly with them. And they're able to have access to us if they need to come to Casper. You know, we can work with them, and we can work with them online too. That it's really one of the benefits. We service about 15, right now we have 15,000 loans in our portfolio for a total portfolio of about $1.8 billion in mortgages in the state of Wyoming that we service. So that, I think, is one of the factors that we're able to do that a lot of other state housing agencies aren't able to do. In addition to the single-family programs, I said we do some multifamily rental financing too around the state. We get the low-income housing tax credit funds, and that's administered. Its tax credits are through the IRS, but WCDA administers the allocation of those, and that's approximately $3.5 million in tax credits that we allocate a year to help finance rental housing. We have money from the Home Investment Partnership Act, and that's about another $3.5 million that we finance and allocate annually. We have some, and that's for approximately 50% area medium income individuals. And then the National Housing Trust Fund, that's money from the profits of Ginnie Mae and Fannie Mae when they were taken into conservatorship by the US government. A portion of those profits are allocated to states for housing. And we get another about $3.1 million from the National Housing Trust Fund. And that goes to serve the very low income populations of 30% AMI and lower. So that generally will be maybe 1 or 2 units in an affordable housing complex will be available for those people with AMIs of 30% or lower. So, and generally that is not, we don't have one apartment complex using all of those same funds. It's a mixture of those funds where they maybe get tax credits, home funds, and housing trust funds, and using a mix for affordable housing in those, so at the various different levels that they can finance through those. We do that annually. We have an allocation round. It's coming up here. We'll put it out. We put a lot of that out for requests in August. They have to commit by submit an application in September, and then we score and rank all of those applications for affordable rental housing in that period from September through December, and then we bring our recommendations to our board of directors in January and finance affordable rental projects around the state. Generally, that we will do about 3 to 4 apartment complexes a year that we're able to do. Last year, actually, ones that closed out, took on new renters and started renting up, there was 400 units that we put in service in 2024, and across 7 different communities in Wyoming. We had apartment complexes in Lander, Mills, Cheyenne. Casper had 2, Sheridan, Douglas, and 1 in Jackson. The one in Jackson was one of the first ones we've been able to do over there in a while. So we also do infrastructure funding. A lot of that is we did 3 awards in 2024. For Riverton, had a wastewater treatment system and a water tower or water tank restoration, and then helped finance a park in Lander. So that's who WCDA is, and what are we doing as far as the housing problems that we're having around the state. In 2023, WCDA contracted with Root Policy Research to do a statewide housing needs assessment. That final report we received in February of 2024 and showed us several key issues regarding housing and housing-related demographics across the state. The illustration on the page shows what the typical housing values in Wyoming as depicted by the yellow line in that graph as compared to the median household income and what the home price that household income can afford. What it does show is that, you know, as you get to hit the years of COVID right around 2021, the affordability of what people could afford dropped sharply off as the interest rates started going up. And everybody remembers 2.5% mortgages, 2.625. I know we locked in when we bought our house, and thank God I don't want to pay that off too quick. But one of those things is, as that was happening, housing prices didn't dip or drop off at all. They continued to move up. COVID and some of the supply chain demands and those types of things and workforce costs kept going up. So housing prices continue to go up, but affordability dropped off because of interest rates increasing. So that was one of the bigger things that they pointed out in that study. On the next page, we see this slide that shows that information kind of on a county by county basis, comparing 2021 to 2023. Shows that in 2021, 16 of Wyoming's 23 counties, the typical home value was less than the price that a medium income household could afford. So people were able to afford, when you take the averages, 16 of the 23 counties, housing was affordable. But once 2023, we do those numbers, in all of those, you see the red line surpassing that blue line. So housing affordability was not affordable to medium income homeowners in 2023. The housing needs assessment also pointed out several other key factors that I have listed on this next slide. Cost burden is defined by the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development that monthly housing costs, including utilities, exceed 30% of the household monthly gross income. And 38% of renters statewide are considered cost burdened in Wyoming. And 41% of single family households are cost burdened in Wyoming. And the next highest percentage of class of people was those households with a member that had a disability was at 36%. Over 50,000 households that earn under 100% of the area median income are facing housing problems, and those issues include cost burden, overcrowding, and overcrowding is more than one person per room, and inadequate kitchen facilities or plumbing. I think sometimes when you look at that overcrowding, you think of when I grew up, I had to sleep in bunk beds with one or two other my family members, and I didn't think we were overcrowded, but that's some of the HUD definitions that they have now. One of the other things we also see is the aging population in Wyoming. In 2030, it's expected that 1 in 4 residents are going to be of the age of 65 or older within the state. So that shows our aging population. And I used to think, when I talked about sleeping in bunk beds, that 65 was old. Now that I turned 60, I don't think 65 is that bad. So But we do have a quarter of our population that by 2030 that'll be 65 or older. And what that shows is, I see that too, multi-level homes, it's easier being on a single level ranch style home when you're over 60. It's easier to get around and those types of things. So we'll have increasing needs for things like that with the older population. One of the things with that is you used to see people in that sell their house and then move on to something that is a one level rather than a split level. What's happening there is the cost and the interest rates. People maybe are in that 2.65% interest rate home that they're paying on and on a fixed income because they're retired, and they don't want to move to a 6 or 7% interest rate mortgage if they have to use a mortgage to get their next home. So those are things that we're really having to look at and see, because some of that other housing stock is not opening up for some of those first-time home buyers or those kids coming out of college that want to buy their first home. Along with that, we have an aging housing stock. 32% of the homes have been built that are 50 years ago, so pre-1970, and 66% of the housing stock was built before 1990. And we also see where building permits have slowed down. Building permits between 2010 and 2022 were less than half of that in some of the surrounding states. Montana, North Dakota, South Dakota, Nebraska, for that same period. Of course, we've got smaller populations, but it's also less than half. So the other thing, and you've probably heard this too, is we're losing a lot of our younger educated workforce to other states, and the demographics showed that approximately 70% of our University of Wyoming graduates are leaving the state, which is unfortunate. You know a lot of them that have left the state that have graduated earlier and are coming back at times, but I don't think we recoup all that 70% that end up leaving the state. Some of the other issues are when the needs assessment looked at the workforce. Wyoming's housing impacts the state's ability to attract and retain businesses. There were 2 openings for every unemployed person as of October 2023 when we were doing this study, and shifts in employment meant housing was no longer affordable to some of the workforce. We've seen where a lot of the workforce was increasing in the leisure activities, so tourism and some of those that were lower paying jobs were the ones that were picking up, those industries were picking up across the state. So as those industries picked up, it's more of a cost burden on those people that are making lower income and lower wages to be able to afford home ownership, or in some places they even afford rental properties. Housing production is also not meeting the needs. Wyoming needs, the needs assessment noted that we need between 20,700 and 38,600 new housing units between 2025 and 2030, which is projected based on what they figure future demand will need. This works out to approximately 2,070 to 3,860 units per year, and the 2023 production was only 1,681 units. 1,400 of those were single family, and 205 units were 2 to 4 family units or multifamily units. There was also notifications where there's barriers to supply and affordability. The incomes were not keeping up with housing costs, as we already stated. Limited state and local resources for housing, regulatory barriers that we've been talking about that the legislature's been working on, over the last couple of years, regulatory reduction and those types of items. And also what we're finding is limited land available for housing development. Top of those, one of the other things that we note is, the supply of water. You can't build in an area. You might be able to build, but do you have adequate water supplies to provide water to a new subdivision of 100 units or so? The findings also underscore the need for affordable rental and home ownership options. And especially one of the things that we're looking at is with some of the older housing stock is being able to rehabilitate some of those older homes and bring them up to places that people are wanting to buy and live in. And even for those people that are in that 65 and over, they built that, they probably built that house on their own, you know, and if they did have a mortgage, it's probably paid off by now, but now it needs some work and they don't have the funds to be able to do that. So how do we help finance that? There's a need for zoning and land use reforms across the state and targeted support for some of the vulnerable populations. Well, that report, the housing needs assessment, was completed in February of 2024, and in the following months, we had worked with the governor's office to look at doing a statewide housing strategic action plan. And earlier in that year, funding from the legislature, the money was cut from the budgets. And I went back to our board of directors and said, we still need to proceed with this. We're not going to make any headway if we don't get a statewide housing strategic action plan in place, find some of those things that we can start working on now and start getting done so that we make some steps forward instead of continuing to go backwards in the coming years. So our board of directors approved a statewide housing for me to move forward with a request for proposal on statewide housing strategic action plan. And in June, we hired ABT Associates, and they started work on our statewide housing plan, which they completed in January of the beginning of this year. That plan, you know, really was based on the point that we needed that 20,700 to 38,000, you know, new additional housing units. And it was intended to be helpful to a variety of Wyoming stakeholders. It's got to be able to be things that you know, this group as a state legislature can look at some policies and what can be changed and looked at. It's got to be things that back at the grassroots of local municipalities, they can start looking at their zoning and those laws that they have and what changes they can make at home first to really spur additional development in their areas and how that can be helped out. And also work with the various stakeholders, you know, in housing across the state, whether it be service providers, affordable or market rate developers, the counties, you know, some of our tribal nations, and where all Wyomingites can do something about that, or how it had the plan. We really wanted to be able to have everybody could have a stake in it or some way of making it move forward. The principles in the plan development, as we looked at it, was that we wanted to make sure that everyone, you know, Wyoming is very proud of who we are, and it has a great value, and we value all of our local decision-making and autonomy. So the plan had to encourage, you know, the state to be able to empower communities to meet their housing needs rather than just by issuing mandates. So a lot of these, we were looking at some of these core principles too. Wyoming's a diverse state, both economically, politically, and geographically. So the same housing strategies that work here in Casper aren't something that's probably gonna work out in Upton or some of the smaller communities around the state. So we had to make sure that we considered that when we were looking at the strategic plan, that it could work for every community in the state. Also, economic development is a priority in Wyoming, and the plan emphasizes the importance of housing to the state for state and local efforts to build a more resilient economy in Wyoming. And Wyoming has a tradition of fiscal prudence and a preference for market-based decision. The plan prioritizes solutions that can realistically be achieved with limited financial burden to the state, but it also offers some more ambitious options to consider for the future. The 4 goals within the plan, I'll just delineate those. The first is increasing the housing affordability to support family well-being and ensure year-round Wyoming residents can make ends meet. Second goal is ensuring adequate housing supply to support Wyoming's economic growth and retain Wyoming's workforce. And third is balance the need for housing Wyoming's workforce while preserving the state's open space and natural beauty. And finally, the fourth is making efficient use of our limited resources for infrastructure. These goals and the challenges they are designed to address take input and identify the goals. And then we have, went through and 27 different strategies that we have in that plan. Those strategies are around 4 different strategic frameworks: expanding resources available and infrastructure development, expand and preserve homeowners, home buyers, and renters' access to safe, quality, and affordable housing, and reduce regulatory barriers to new housing, and also strengthen capacity among our public and housing actors. And outputs, once that report was published and we had a presentation at the beginning of January. Like I said, the report, the strategic housing action plan, the actual document's 111 pages, so it's kind of overwhelming in the length of it, and I don't think all the public people are gonna sit down and want to read 111 pages. It does include 27 different strategies to be looked at, but there is a statewide housing strategic action plan story map that kind of breaks that down, the report down in the various different sections, and is a lot easier and more readable and basic type of things that people can look at. That, along with, we have a local housing policy lookup tool that really is we did along with ABT. ABT worked with New York University, who had done a in-depth housing tool for all localities. Not a perfect fit for everybody, but gives them a lot of ideas of what they could do at a local level based on, their population size, their economic drivers, and some of their geographic regions that they're in. So that actual local housing policy lookup to all of these items are on the WCDA's website. So right on our main page of our website, you'll see the first banner, and as you scroll down, you can pull up the actual action plan and see the various things in there and read all that if you want. I would suggest that if you did it, go to the housing, the story map is easier to go through. And then for municipalities, the one big thing that I pushed into a lot of the members and of WHAM and going around, going to later this year, try to get around to a lot of the municipalities, the city council meetings and that, and explain to them what these types of things are that are out there, that these tools are that they can use. Because if they go to the local housing policy lookup tool, they can actually go to that page and it will give them some suggested, or potential zoning regulations, looking at, parking requirements or minimum lot sizes, the various types of things that really relate to their specific areas. So that, like I said, all of that information is right on our website. Going into some of the actual examples of what the strategic framework talked about, one of the first things was under the area of expanding resources available for housing and infrastructure development. And the strategy 1.5 is expand localities' ability to use the tax increment financing to spur housing development. But it just so happened that this legislature, we did have some legislation introduced on the tax increment financing. It did make it to committee, and as we know, and Representative Knapp knows, it came to his committee, but we didn't have, there was 4 bills that day, and that bill did not make it to discussion. So we have, been working on that, and that bill was House Bill HB 0068, and that was on the tax increment financing. So there were some bills last legislature that really fall into the areas of the strategic action plan and the TIF bill, and some reform or modifications that can be made in that to make it a better tool for the locality to use. It's kind of one of those things that we could look at that was actually in the action plan. Another one is under the expanding and preserving home buyers, homeowners, and renters access to safe, decent, and affordable housing. was strategy 2.2, which was improved financing for manufactured homes and housing stability for residents of manufactured home communities. There's a lot of, I mean, in Wyoming, we have a lot of manufactured home communities, and that was one of the things they were looking at. And, you know, in particular, if there is a manufactured home community and it's up for sale, it's very hard for those people that are living there to be able to acquire ownership in that. There's a national group that does a lot of those types of things and tries to get homeowners in those areas together and to form a homeowners association to be able to buy that manufactured home and work with those. So that legislation, and we have, no legislation was brought forth there, but that's looked at, you know, the recommendation says look at drafting legislation to help reserve the right of first offer for manufactured home community to those residents of that community and look at some of that. So they did provide us some areas around, well, Montana has been doing it some, and they provided some of that information in that action plan of those things that are being done in other localities or other states around us too. So that was one of the things that was, when we did this, we wanted actual places where it's happened, you know, and as close as you can make it to the how we like things here in Wyoming was kind of the brunt of what we wanted. We don't need to go on the coastal areas, and for God's sake, we don't want to be like that. We don't want to be a California, but we want to look at some of the things that is happening around here, closer to here, and that are really good ideas that we could bring back and maybe through legislation make that development easier. So that was another one of them. Another one that did come up was reducing the regulatory barriers around housing development and the reforming the Wyoming's protest petition. That was one that probably made the most headway in the legislature this time. It passed the Senate, passed the House with some amendments, went to conference committee and didn't make it out of there. We couldn't find that happy medium in conference committee to be able to actually get that out. But it was something that we did have before the legislature, and we're able to talk about, have some you know, things that we could potentially bring that back and I think make it work. So I think those are another one of the bills that we've seen before us. And then as we look at trying to get development around the state, some more of their strategies was strategy 4.6 is updating skilled trades licensing processes to help facilitate reciprocity with other states. I mean, we've got a limited workforce here, and if we need additional homes built, and we've got construction workers, electricians, various, you know, trades that come into the state that we're able to do some additional work. If they have to go back and get relicensed in the state of Wyoming, it makes them more difficult for them to come here and work. And if we can work with reciprocity between states, you know, some of the surrounding states, it might make getting some of that development done a little bit easier in the state of Wyoming. So that's another thing that is a potential to look at, and we could, you know, talk about that as far as some future things that we could do.
Senator Bonner.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, thank you. I think that's an interesting idea, and seems to me perhaps the only trade that may be applicable there for the state is electricians, since that's the only trade that is licensed by the state. All the others are local. It seems like we can't get reciprocity amongst local municipalities with the other trades. But I'm wondering, do you think electricians would be a good place to start? Do I have a correct understanding there?
You want to set that, Mr. Hall?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Senator Bonner. Yeah, I think trying to make things a little bit more uniform, I think, throughout the state would be helpful, at least as far as getting some of these contractors into areas where they previously aren't, so we can kind of try and get some of that, address the supply issues is really, I think, a lot of what the issue is. I mean, we do have resources on the, you know, we could say the demand side, but I think trying to address the trade skills and making some uniformity through those things helps with, and of course, the manufacturing, trying to do different costs, kind of housing, trying to take those approaches that really kind of, in some ways, it's a cultural kind of thing too. I mean, what we always thought was, what a family home looked like, and that's really kind of evolving, especially in a way that it can make it affordable for a lot of our service-based industries that we have in the state, like we do in the city of Cody.
Good, keep going.
All right. And then I'd kind of be remiss not to mention, some of the things that are already going on around the state in our localities. I know a lot of people are working on looking at their codes and those kinds of things. And then I've just, I talked with Justin at WHAM to pull some of these forward, but I think that's one of the things that, we push to people in our municipalities is we need to take care of some of these things at home. But as we make those steps forward, I think then some of those other types of things like a housing investment fund statewide is something that we'd be looking at some point. How do we finance that? But that'll, we could have some time in looking at that. Those are bigger picture items. We need to make sure that we've got 27 various items in here. We're going to start tracking a lot of those and putting some information out as we talk. Freedom of information. We're going to set up a website to track some of these things, what's being done. We're going to update our statewide needs assessment probably every 2 or 3 years to say, okay, now we're 2 years into this plan. Have we made any headway? What are the numbers showing? Are we missing out somewhere? Do we need to kind of retool and look at some of these things? We really want to work probably with the University of Wyoming to maybe help us do some of that work so that we're keeping that kind of stuff within the state. We went outside to another vendor that had worked with a lot of other states that we are involved with, or, our housing finance agency, we're the state housing finance agency, and there's one in all states. So we kind of looked at some of the previous reports that have been done, but I think the follow-up and tracking some of that stuff, we can do that through our own university here and get some of that so that we can track those things and see where we're at. We're working with each one of those recommendations, have a partner that we're working with, whether it's WHAM on some of these things in localities, and it's working with Office of State Lands on some looking at water, where the water is available and those types of things. We want to do probably a study in the future on that. And so we've lined a lot of those things out, and we're really going to keep following up and tracking these things. And then as some of this legislation comes up, we'll work with Corporations Committee or some of the committees or legislatures to try to get some of the stuff before you all. So that is kind of our plan going forward. Do you have anything else to add?
Mr. Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just wanted to remind that we handed this out. If you're so inclined, the little QR code on the back that'll take you directly to the strategic plan that we're talking about. And then, of course, there's some of the bullet points that we recommended as far as things that are opportunities maybe to look into.
Thank you. Committee questions? Senator Landon.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Gentlemen, what's your ask of the legislature today?
Mr. Hall.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Landon, I would first of all appreciate that you were able to bring this back on as a topic for an interim discussion. I think what we were looking for today is to be able to get in front of you and to give you some information, some educational information, particularly for some of our new legislators that maybe haven't seen some of the bills, some of the issues that we're all been dealing with for housing around the state. So really just to try and get in front of you and give you some good information that you guys can take back, and if anything perhaps comes up during the session, then you'll know who to look for to talk to.
So, yeah, certainly, Senator Landon, and it's not out of the question. Housing is within our wheelhouse if somebody wanted to grab one of these bills and run it forward. But it's an awful big lift, but it might lay a foundation for individual bills too. But follow up, and then let's go to Representative Steinmetz.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Mr. Chairman, and I think that that's probably where we need to go at this late stage during an interim, but I guess I would maybe offline, or if you're going to reach out to us at all, which of these issues can we grab and take off with? In my district, and maybe in some of the other districts as well, it's one of the most urgent issues. I mean, this is a big policy concern for Wyoming. I've got young families who are being outbid by these out-of-state families. Most of those families are 65 years old, and they're coming here and outbidding our young people who then have to move somewhere else to put their families through schools. So it's a big concern, and I guess if there's some urgency there, maybe you might think about a couple of bills that we could bring individually, or I'd be happy to be one to get out front on something. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Senator Land. Yeah, I think, and you'll see that we've started to develop a little bit of discussions with our partners, as Mr. Halverson said, with WHAM, with the Business Alliance, with some of the housing authorities around the state. So as we have further conversations with those folks, we'll see if we can get something to maybe bring forth to you fellas.
Senator Steinmetz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Coming from the world of water development and all the projects we deal with there, I was just wondering how these funds are tracked, how we see the projects as the legislature that are coming through your agency, where the funds are going. Obviously, we had been seeing in excess of 20% change orders and more, sometimes 50%, and the cost of construction going up. So the affordability factor, but how does the public see where the funds are going and who the developers are? Because we know all of our contractors, who we're dealing with, who the money is going to. How does the public see that?
Just going to handle that, Mr.
How do we get to see that?
Mr. Hoversling.
Yes, Chair, Senator Steinman, that is one
I
of the
kind of prefer to go by chairman if you don't mind.
Okay, Chairman Case, sorry about that. Senator Steinmetz, yeah, we do, well, and we have an annual report. I ran out of the amount of them. We only had five of them or so left, but that is also on our websites, our annual report. Our annual report also goes through what our production in our mortgage programs are, how many house loans that we've done, how many of those loans are done, with down payment assistance. And then we showed, when I brought up the numbers of 8 different projects put in service this last year in 400 units, it shows those various places. I know a lot of people are concerned about affordable housing and how that type of stuff looks. So we're putting actual pictures of those places out there. It'd be a place that if I was in the rental market, it wouldn't be ashamed of living in. They're nice places. So we have a lot of that type of stuff. And as WCDA is run with federal and public money and no state money at this time, but we are, subject to that Freedom of Information Act. And we probably have, going back to that, 4 or 5 requests maybe a year on those types of things that we have to fill out. But we also do an annual audit, and our annual audit along with our financial statements are posted right on our website. So they're out there for the public to see.
Looking this way, any other questions? Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Chairman Case. I've got to thank you. In 1978, my first house was bought with WCDA funds at 7 5/8%. And that would be a loan sharking rate right now, wouldn't it? So
might be in the ballpark, actually.
So, but that was a first-time home buyer. Now you are expanded the program to multifamily housing. You said you had 400 units. Did that just help the developers? I mean, those units would have been built anyway to house people. Are we just helping the developers? We're not helping the first-time homebuyers? I'm kind of upset that if we're going to have this program, it should be first-time homebuyers. I don't like the way it expanded, and I'm just going to leave it at that. I think we're playing whack-a-mole, and anytime you say I'm from the government and I'm here to help, we're causing more problems than we were solving. So I'm a free market guy, and I would love to get back to the free market and not have housing that the government had to provide housing. I mean, I don't know. I think for the first time home buyers, and I think that's where we need to go back to. And I'll leave it at that.
Wish to comment, and you might explain how you ensure that a developer passes some benefits on to the lessees?
Yes.
Thank you.
Chairman Case and Representative Johnson. It is, like I said, our main program that we're known for is that first-time homebuyers, and we've been doing that since '78. But shortly thereafter, a lot of the federal funds. So it's the federal funds that we're doing the rental housing is, funding for those programs are, and rental. We don't have a lot of developers that, they don't get rich off of this type of stuff, because what the funding is and the tax credits do is help really put equity into the program, because those tax credits are sold through a syndicator to a lot of national banks, insurance companies, because then they get a tax credit against their tax liability. And that's just equity that goes into those. What that does is that each one of those developments then have to restrict their rents to a certain level. And like I said, on some of those rents are restricted to the 30% AMI levels, to the 50% AMI levels, and probably can be up to 80%, but most of them aren't up in that area. It's generally, 60 is kind of the cap. But there is a lot of restrictions, and they have to be affordable for at least a period. They have a restriction for the first 15 years, and we put an additional up to another 15 to 30 years on top of that. So we were working with one developer just lately that wants to look at converting some of those units, but they have a 65-year affordability period on their apartment complexes, and that's a long time to stay out there and make sure that they keep up that property and make it decent, safe, and affordable for those people. And then they're capped out at what they can charge on those rents. So they're not getting rich off of those types of things. There's an amount of developer fee that they're allowed to have, but we also have to go through those applications, and a lot of times they have to reduce some of those amounts to make the deal work.
Okay, anybody else down here? Anybody else here? Thank you, gentlemen, very much. Appreciate your testimony. Nate, I heard you were gonna punt. If you wanted to punt, I might be your wide receiver way down there, but it's up to you.
Mr. Chairman, we're happy to wait until November if that would suit the committee.
Yeah.
We're happy. We don't have an official ask. The ask that we would have right now is to continue working within a task group. We have a few updates that we could present, but realistically, we're not quite there yet. We're hoping to possibly work to have some legislation drafted for the November meeting for the committee to review.
Okay.
But I would defer to the committee. We're happy to go either way.
The problem is if November will be our last meeting, so.
We'd like to start working on drafting.
Yeah.
Now.
So I'm just saying we would have a new draft at a meeting, and to complete that might be a big lift. It might be possible, though, to have a draft, discuss the draft, and then see if individuals want to pick it up for sponsorship. That's a possibility. It's also possible the committee can say, well, this is straightforward and simple, we'll take this up. But I can't give you a guarantee. I will say, though, that I hope you will keep working. I'm aware of some of the obstacles. I'm aware that the telephone industry is being a little bit more tougher about funding this based on telecom fees. And I think that's where my heart is. So I hope you'll take that under advisement a little bit, but you're welcome to bring anything.
Mr. Chairman, like I said, I'll leave it to you and the committee, if Alice, which direction you'd like to go in.
Senator Steinmetz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I sent out to the committee last night information provided to me about the situation that our dispatch centers are facing in all of our counties. And I would like to move to have a bill draft for us to look at that would just change the fee in 16, let me put on my glasses, 9103 from 75 cents to $2 a month on each local exchange. Mr. Chairman, I've been polling citizens in my area that are very concerned about losing 911 service or it being impacted negatively. And so constituents across political spectrums have widely supported this in my area. So I would like to propose bringing that bill draft forward at the next meeting for our consideration.
Okay, I need to do a timeout here. The timeout is that I skipped over public comment in the last housing, and so we will take public comment as soon as we can get to a place where we can get it. And I apologize for that lateness of the day. Senator Steinmetz, that's certainly a possible bill to be discussed if they want to have that one be the one we look at. I have an ask in all this. I think we have not heard from our law enforcement, and Wyoming has more PSAPs per capita than any other place probably in the world, and I think we need to address that. And we need to possibly hear Mr. Smolinski from our sheriffs, who by and large oversee our PSAPs, and we should really look at some serious efficiencies to be had in providing it. Just for example, in my county, Riverton has its own PSAP, and the county has its own PSAP. Niobrara County has its own PSAP. This technology, we don't need this anymore, and it would be more efficient, Senator Steinmetz, so I hope you'll let us look at that too. And I think that's definitely on the table. And this is not new to Mr. Smolinski or the other.
Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead.
If I might. My good police chief from Goshen County, from Torrington, made the trip here to visit with the committee on this today and brought this proposal to me. I would appreciate it if he could speak.
You bet. I wonder if you guys will let me backtrack on the housing, just in case there are people online that wish to address us on housing and we're making them wait, and I skipped that. So with your indulgence, we'll back up to public comment on housing, take any in-person and online, and then we will move on. So Mr. Mayor Collins, welcome. Sorry about the jumbled up mess. It's not my best work. Mayor Collins.
Mr. Chairman, it is late in the day, so thank you for the opportunity, and I'm a little jumbled up myself. Senator Landon asked a couple questions. Are there some things that maybe the legislature could do? 3 or 4 years ago, I started studying how can we get more affordable housing built. And I learned that there are 2 ways it seems like affordable housing gets built. Our typical low-income housing tax credit programs that the WCA does, and then there's a different low-income housing tax credit, a 4% deal. They're being done in Colorado, Utah, Montana. They're being done all around us, but they're not being done in Wyoming, or at least they're very, I'm not aware of any. What I learned is that there has to be some public money put in these deals to make them happen, up to 25% in a lot of these communities. I'm meeting with the SLIB tomorrow because we have a group out of Utah that wants to build a 140-unit, 60% AMI building in Cheyenne. We've been working on this for 3.5 years. And all they're asking for in this $40 million project is $3.5 million. But I don't have the money, and there's really no programs to put the money in. WCD or Wyoming Business Council, nobody has a program to help with housing, even though it's been identified as one of the largest barriers to our workforce and our abilities, our economic development. Well, one of the things that I came up with was if the state of Wyoming would finance these deals at some of the rates they're doing in other industrial projects, it could do it. You know, we have programs where the interest rate is equal to what the T-bill interest rate is for the duration of the loan. So like a 20-year program would be at 4.9%. They can bond these things at 5.8% right now, and that gap over 20 years is over $3 million, and that fixes my problem. But there's a lot of these loan programs, but none directed towards housing. And so if there was a way that we could come up with a loan program that would invest back into Wyoming, that would create the housing that we need, that would be to me a tremendous thing. The reason I brought the TIF bill last year to this committee, and you guys, thank you for looking at it, was, TIF would be on a big project like that, $1 million or $1.5 million of it. That would really help us get over it. And that was the impetus for bringing that bill, was the research I did on these 4% housing tax credits. Another thing is that we're really struggling to get, especially on single family homes, plumbers and electricians and that type of thing. And I challenged my contractor licensing board the other day, and I asked them 2 questions. How did we come up with a minimum of 2 or maximum of 2 apprentices on a journeyman license? And nobody could tell me the answer to that. Where did that come from? It's been that way forever. But if we change that to 3, we just increased the number by 50% of people that could get into our trades. So we're working on that in Cheyenne. I think we've got it done. We're just working on the last parts of that. The one we can't do, though, is the electricians. That might be something you guys could do. 2 years in electrical trade, you got to be able to wire a house. And they could become a journeyman, and maybe they could have 1 person working for them as an apprentice. And we give them a journeyman's license, but only for single family. They can't work on a multifamily or commercial. That would take them away from being stolen by our data centers, things like that. And we could create a workforce where people get a higher paying job quicker and actually help us with our housing issues. That would be something that this legislature could do that I think could make a real difference, especially in where I live, and I'm going to guess across the state. Financing, we've done a lot of the regulatory reform. I just want to tell you, we got rid of our minimum lot size. And we have a developer right now building 84 homes. They're back to 1950. They're going to build 950 to 1,100 square foot houses on 2,700 square foot lots. And they're going to be around $295,000 to $310,000. That's a win for us. So regulatory does work. But I think that's all I had for you. I think there's a lot of things we could do regulatorily that would make it easier for us to build homes in Wyoming. And I think on the multifamily, if the state would help us do the financing, we wouldn't have to put cash into it. It'd be just like we're doing everything else. It would be paid back, maybe at a little lower interest rate, but it would make a hell of a difference in our ability to get these projects done here in the state.
Thank you, Mayor Collins. Any questions for the mayor? Yeah, Representative Weber.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for being here. On the property that you're talking about, where is it located, and is it private land, state land? What kind of property is that? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, through you to the representative, do you know Cheyenne? There's a very large housing development going north on Converse and Story Boulevard, right behind our Walmart there. It's on private property. The company that's building those apartments also has a low-income housing version of that. They build the exact same unit for low-income and for private, because if something goes wrong, they have the same parts, right? So these are $2,000 a month apartments on market, but they would be $600 or $700 if you were at a 30% AMI. And so it's on private property, they buy, and they haven't asked for anything on this particular project except for that little tiny gap that we need to try to figure out a way to cover for them. I hope I answered that question.
Thank you. Any other questions for the mayor? Anything else? Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you all.
Anybody else in the room on housing? Anybody else in the room on housing? Online for housing. Mr. McKay? Oh, we recognize him. Rennie.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. McKay, welcome.
Thank you so much. Rennie McKay, President of the Wyoming Business Alliance, and I am coming to you from Beulah, Wyoming. As part of the Wyoming Business Alliance, I'm engaged on a tour around the state to listen to businesses. We represent every industry and businesses of all sizes from every corner of the state. Beulah's in a far end corner of one of the state, and so glad to be here. I was in a listening session with the business community in Upton earlier today. Otherwise, I'd be with you in person. But thank you very much for taking time, and appreciate you doing public comment, because on behalf of the businesses of the state, this just continues to be potentially the issue that is defining their ability to grow, to be more prosperous, to hire more people, and to increase revenue and profits. So thank you very much for spending some time on it. As you know, and so many of you have been engaged in this, this has been something we've been working on for years. And you know, there's a very significant factor, and that is the Wyoming's housing market is inelastic right now. We have got to get more supply into the system if we're going to make a difference here, because the businesses I talk to, you've got issues with people at all income levels being able to find a house. I was in Commerce County recently. They're struggling with this as well. And so this is every community of every size struggling with this. And it is really hampering our economy right now here in Wyoming. So thank you for taking it up. There's a few big factors that I believe are key. And as if you're a free market approach, there are regulations that right now are skewing the market. We are overregulated in places, and that's having an impact on our ability to attract housing developers to Wyoming. And so I think everything you can do to send a message to the marketplace helps show that this is a better place to build, because you've got Wyoming builders who can choose to build across the state line, and you've got other builders who could come here and make investments, just private dollars. And so, again, I think at your level, there's a few things to look at. That protest petition that definitely creates instability in the system, and has been something that impacts how much private investment can be here, and if people want to make an investment in Wyoming. So that protest petition bill that you looked at last year would be great to bring back. It's ready to go. You got it a long way through the system last year. And also, I'd ask that you consider anything you could do to look at the state land role of leasing. Right now, it's a 75-year lease maximum. And if it went up to 99, as is common elsewhere, you could, again, make that a more attractive potential use for that investment and bring in more dollars to the state as well. And I think the other thing, really appreciate the Wyoming Association of Municipality looking at fast track permitting and seeing what they could do and bring solutions. That's a great option. The Treasurer's Bonding Authority is another great option. And I will end with the local regulations. And so anything you could do to incentivize local communities to change their ordinances would be really helpful. There are menu bills that have been passed in other states that say municipalities of different sizes choose from this menu, and in some states it's a punishment if you don't make those changes to be more housing friendly. Then you are punished as a municipality. I would say start with an incentive to try to get municipalities to work on that. Some of them are doing it. I'll just say, for instance, that Cheyenne changed its ordinances, sent a great signal to the market, and already the market has responded. In Cheyenne, the permitting this year is going much better than it's ever gone before. I think they've tripled their building permits this year compared to the 2013 to 2019 rate. So Cheyenne sent a great signal to the market with its changes and its approach. Other municipalities can do that as well, and the state could help. So, Mr. Chairman, I know how late it is, but thank you so much for taking this comment, because it is so important to the businesses of the state.
Any questions for Mr. McKay? Any questions? Thank you, Mr. McKay. Good to see you again. You look as tired as we are, actually, if you want to know the truth.
Sorry about that. Thank you all.
Okay. Thank you very much. Any other public comment on the housing issue? Thank you. I apologize for messing that up earlier. Let's go back to 911. Let's hear from our good police chief. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, briefly before we hear from Chief Johnson and Alan Thompson, I would like to possibly offer another draft bill that would go to statute 9-2-1104.
Okay.
And that would be to provide a budget and budgetary authority to the Public Safety Communications Commission. Now, of course, that's dependent upon the outcome of if increased funding were to be successful, but this would then provide the Public Safety Communications Commission, the PSCC, the authority and a budget in order to migrate towards next generation 911.
So they would come in as part of the executive branch then, as a budgetary line item? Is that kind of what you're proposing?
Mr. Chairman, if a funding account was established, at that point, those funds could then be over to WYDOT as a separate line item. They're not going to be a part of WYDOT's budget. I want to make that very clear. Be very tight parameters about how those funds could be expended. We have in statute right now about how 911 funds may be expended, and we will follow with what we already have in
And
place.
it doesn't specify the source of those funds. It creates an account and allows.
Mr. Chairman, I don't know if we have the source nailed down yet.
Okay, but the source could be broader than just.
Mr. Chairman, I believe that's the direction that this is kind of looking right now.
Well, that has some interesting idea to it. So let's mull that over. Questions about that proposal? Senator Landon?
Mr. Chairman, I guess the question is it your suggestion that that be a part of the idea that Senator Steinmetz shared for a bill draft here a few minutes ago in combination with that bill, the source of funding, and then what we're going to do with that line item when we get the funding? Do you see that as being one bill draft, or are you saying we should draft two different bills?
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Mr. Smolinski.
I would suggest two separate.
Yeah. So it sounds like maybe we'll see if there's appetite for raising the fee on telephones and also creating an account to receive other funding sources.
Mr. Chairman, I think that's kind of a subsequent process that this might look like.
Okay. All right. Well, let's keep hearing this out. And let's hear from your chief. How do you do, sir? Are you the tallest chief in Wyoming?
I don't know, sir.
I bet you're
I haven't
close.
measured much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm Matt Johnson. I have the pleasure of serving the community of Torrington as the chief of police.
Pull that closer to you, Mr. Johnson. I know you got a notebook there, but there.
Sorry.
Try that.
I'm Matt Johnson. I have the pleasure of serving as the chief of police in Torrington. I really appreciate you listening to me on a day when you've already done a lot of listening. I wanted to, I guess, really cover two issues. First, I wanted to provide a little bit of local perspective of what this looks like for us, and then I wanted to offer some support for the idea that Senator Steinmetz brought up. When we look at this from a local agency, we provide the PSAP for all of Goshen County. So we're covering 4 law enforcement agencies, 9 volunteer fire departments, 4 EMS services, a little under 2,300 square miles. For us, this boils down to 2 big things. We've got the ongoing operation of the 911 center for our PSAP, and then we have the next gen 911. We don't have enough money. We're not receiving enough income to fund the first part of that, let alone the second. It's very much like we're a family that lives in a $150,000 house. We can't make our house payment, but we're out shopping for $600,000 houses, which doesn't work out so well from the financial aspect. So as we look at this, and as we've worked in this 911 work group, what's really become clear is that this isn't going to be solved by just a 911 fee. It's going to require other funding sources to make that work. And what I guess we're bringing forward is we'd like for you to consider that if we kept that 75-cent fee in the nature that it was intended back in 1986, when this was implemented in 1986, that 75 cents is worth about $2.20 today. So if we ease that and made it even for parity's sake with inflationary pressure, that gives the local PSAPs an opportunity to pay their bills and make that house payment on the $150,000 house. And then we can plan for other funding sources to move into that $600,000 house that we're all going to need for next gen 911. That keeps everybody afloat. It allows for some more time to plan for the funding sources that Mr. Smolinski's talking about, and I believe moves us to a much more positive step and does so incrementally. I guess that's kind of my spiel, if it might be, and I'd be happy to field any questions that I could.
So, committee, if I read this right, as far as a bill draft, it's not like we actually have to request one. We're just going to pull that place in statute out where it says 75 cents and change it to a different number. And so that would be something we could do at the next meeting should we choose to do so. I mean, it's not rocket science. Would that be correct?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, that's 69103.
Yeah.
And perhaps if I could, there's 2 other things that are worthwhile to consider on that.
Okay.
That $2, if we move it to that, is not immediate for everybody. that is under local control. So if an agency is not in need of additional funding and their county or their local governments
It's
decides
put in
not to-
by the county commissioners,
Yep,
as I
it's
recall.
put in by the county commissioners. So, I mean, for counties that need it, they could move that up to 2, and for counties that don't, they don't have to work with it. But it provides a lot more flexibility to keep the lights on.
Fair enough.
Thank you.
So I don't think we necessarily, we can address a bill this simple in one meeting. But I'm also worried about other funding and other ways of funding 911. But Representative Brown.
Mr. Chairman, I'm concerned about this. I feel like this is in the wrong committee. I think this should be in appropriations. I just don't see putting any more tax on the people of Wyoming. And I just can't vote for another tax for the people of Wyoming. I really feel this ought to be in the Appropriations Committee. This ought to be funded through them. I believe it is the role of government, but I just believe it's in the wrong committee.
So just looking back, I share your view. I'd actually like to see these systems funded as a general obligation of government. I think it's just a better way to go. But we do have an existing statute on the books. It's at least conceivable procedure-wise that we could discuss that statute and pass a bill if we needed to. I mean, it's either going to get the votes or it's not, and then it's got to go for an introductory vote. So I'm very much in your camp, but I also need to pay attention to what the committee wants as we move forward a bill, and if they want to have a bill on the table next time, so be it. Senator Landon.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And I too fully understand where the representative is coming from. But I also just would remind the committee that our job is to bring forth policy considerations for our, for our legislature. And this lands in our bailiwick. So I don't think it would be proper to do nothing. One of the things to remember on a bill like this, if we were to bring this bill, it would immediately go to appropriations. Off the floor, it's going to be re-referred. So that's something to think about. That's literally the Corporations Committee suggesting to our Appropriations Committee that this is what we feel like you ought to do. And that's just if this committee chooses, Mr. Chairman, to move forward with it. From my standpoint, one of the most important jobs we have as a legislature is the safety and well-being of our populace, of our constituents. In a frontier state, I think the 911 system is absolutely critical to that. So I would probably support this. I totally understand those who might not, but it's a policy consideration for the Corporations Committee. And what we're doing is just alerting people like the Appropriations Committee, we believe this ought to happen.
I might just, it's not clear to me that a bill that raises that fee would have to go to appropriations. It doesn't include an appropriations. So, we could send it to appropriations. You could certainly do that. Anybody can re-refer something to appropriations. I just want to be clear about that. I do think it's kind of in our bailiwick. As far as, we've done telecommunications in this committee, and we were assigned this kicking and screaming kind of. So it's a bridge to cross ahead. There'll either be the votes for it or not, Representative Brown, and then there's the 2/3 introduction. No, I'm not asking you. I said the committee will either vote for it or not. We ought to at least allow the process to go forward.
Mr. Chairman?
Senator Dockstader, and then
Setting policy, if we understand that we have the right figure here, the right amount, we're just establishing the policy. Yeah.
Close to the mic there.
We're just establishing the policy. If we've considered that we've set up the right amount, we run it through, and appropriations is the catch net for the actual funding.
Except for it's a tax, so I don't necessarily see that this bill automatically goes to appropriations. We could send it to appropriations, there's no problem. It's also got to get 2/3 to be introduced in one house.
That's true.
It doesn't contain the words, there's appropriated from someplace. Senator Steinmetz.
Mr. Chairman, I think it could go either way, and obviously it would have to start in the House of Representatives because they deal with revenue increases, if I'm correct.
You're right.
If the committee would choose to pass this bill, it would be a House bill because of that. The thing that concerns me about a direct and I'm fine either way, whatever we would decide to do, because this is a critical service, it is a core function of government. The thing about this, the county, this is just a cap. They could go up to $2. It's up to the county commissioners whether they need that or not.
Correct.
And it offers flexibility for all of our communities. So Representative Brown, if your county commissioners don't need the money, they don't have to raise to $2, or even, they could raise to $1, or they could leave it at 75 cents if that's working for them. Secondarily, the thing about an appropriation is it's hard for the counties and cities to budget, because that appropriation could be this much one year or less the next. Just like the direct distribution, we're not sure what amount to count on every year. So I think they need some kind of certainty to where this is a consistent source, which if it's an appropriation and we do it through that, I'm fine with that too, because I agree with you, it is a core function of government. And so either way, I'm good either way, as long as we get our citizens what they need for services, because it's so important in a time of need to have your ambulance or fire department show up.
Just to be clear, so is it the committees would like to see a bill of this type with a blank amount to be on our agenda for the next meeting? Would someone make a motion in that area that might make it easier?
I would motion that we do that, Mr. Chairman.
I think we got a motion by Johnson, a second by Dockstader, just to have the bill available at the next meeting so we're clear to be able to increase that fee. But I'm hoping there'll be other funding opportunities as well. But so all those in favor of having that bill available to the committee at the next meeting, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
I got 2 noes and I heard more ayes, so we'll have it available at the next meeting. You got your way? All right. Anybody else? Thanks, you guys. Okay. We must be at Uniform Law Commission? Oh, okay. Come on up. I like how we punted a topic and then did the topic. Yeah. It was sort of like anyway.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Jody Levin here for Charter and Verizon. We've been actively participating in the working group, and I think the one thing we can absolutely agree on is 2 things. There is nothing more important than public safety. The second thing is the current mechanism of funding 911 is not working. Putting a tax on a phone bill is not keeping pace with the cost of delivering 911 service. So that's very obvious to everyone in industry. And the only reason why we're all sitting at the table is because there is a tax on our customers. Taxes, surcharges, assessments, fees add about 20% to a bill. And customers, I say this many times, customers don't like it. They see a price and then they get a bill and they ask us, what is this? And it's all these other things that the industry collects for government. So it's a frustrating position for industry to be in. That said, what has happened in many states, because many states are dealing with this exact same problem, the technology costs are just going up. And you can't continue to just fund it on a phone bill or on, I shouldn't even say a phone bill, anything that has a number attached to it. So that, at one point in time, that was just a landline. It was one fee. Now, the average household has 6 devices that have a phone number attached to it. Problem going forward is that there are many technological advances that don't have a phone number attached to them that call 911. So you're going to get further erosion of a system. So something has to happen. So what's happening in other states? Many states are looking at this and saying, this isn't working, so we're going to move to a general fund appropriation, or we're going to move to a hybrid system where it's partially this assessment tax on a bill, it's partially funded through a general fund. I think we've been open to these conversations, trying to see kind of what the right way to do this in Wyoming is, but we can tell you funding it completely on a customer's bill is going to be really tough in this state because we don't have the population to support the technological cost. So we're glad to continue to be part of this, but those are the concerns that we have aired throughout this process, that what we're doing isn't working. We're very sympathetic to the needs of local law enforcement in saying that. We get it. But really the only reason why we are here is because it's a tax on our customers and they don't like it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And it no longer matches the use of the system.
This is true, Mr. Chairman. I mean, you think about things such as a doorbell. You have a doorbell that can now call 911. That's not a fee that's supported in the system. You can also not put a 911 tax on broadband because that's considered taxation of the internet. So anybody who's using the internet to contact 911, that's not a supported mechanism. So these are the things that many states, like I said, are starting to wrestle with. Some states have done, I should say on a general fund appropriation, some states have split this now to say, we'll give the governing entity a sum of money to cover the upgrade to Next Gen 911, the yearly operation and maintenance, and then there are grants that go to the local governments to help upgrade their systems once they've met, certain criteria to be part of the state system. So it's a problem nationwide, and we understand that every state is looking at it differently, but many states are moving away from the notion that you can fund it on a customer's bill. It's just not working.
Questions for Ms. Levin? Thank you, Ms. Levin. Oh, I'm sorry, Representative Webb.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mrs. Levin, what are they moving to fund this if they're?
Ms. Levin.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Webb, so I would say the majority of states are looking at a general fund appropriation for at least part of the system, and then a fee on, they're not removing the fee on the customer's bill. They're leaving that intact, but then they're supplementing it with a general fund appropriation.
Okay. Anybody else? Representative Yen?
Mr. Chairman, thank you, Ms. Levin. I appreciate it. I agree with my good chairman that a use fee in this situation doesn't make sense. So increasing a fee that doesn't make sense also doesn't make sense. So we're going to have a draft anyways, regardless. So what I would suggest to you maybe is to make sure you have language, because we'll have a vehicle no matter what. If there's appetite on the committee to change the method of revenue, maybe it makes sense to bring language to that next meeting.
Fair enough. Ms. Levin.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Yin, you sing the same song that I do, and we have spent the working group interim asking for costs, so that we don't understand that we don't have insight into that as the communications industry. So we've been asking, our law enforcement partners help us with the costs to understand what we know what the shortfall is. The shortfall right now for just today's system of delivering 911 is about $3 million. But moving to Next Gen 911, what the efficiencies will be, if there's cost savings built into that, the annual operation and maintenance, the local PSAP costs, we've been asking for all that information so that we could come forward and say, we think this is a good estimate for you on what it costs to deliver 911. And we don't have that yet, and I appreciate that they've been trying to help with some of those figures, but we just don't have it yet. But we hopefully will or someone will by November.
Thank you. Anybody else? Okay, Ms. Wilkinson.
Okay.
There you go.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Catherine Wilkinson here today on behalf of All West Communications and Silver Star Communications. I will keep it brief as Ms. Levin covered the majority of what I was going to say. I'm happy to continue on the working group. I will say that although we discussed many things, including thinking that this should be a general fund appropriation, a specific number was not addressed. And so I will have more comments for you when we see a bill draft. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Good evening, I guess now we are. My name's Tim Kunkelman. I am with Lumen CenturyLink, and I don't have anything really more to add other than, we are in support of what Ms. Levin said. We are partners in this in many respects. We all help carry these calls, and we do want to see these services funded. But as Ms. Levin said, it's starting to get a little out of balance between what our customers can cover and what the needs of these systems are. And so we ask that you just keep that in mind.
Questions from Mr. Conkelman? Yes, sir. Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Chairman Case. I'm just going to throw this out there. Maybe we don't tax devices, but maybe addresses. I mean, are you looking at every possibility to fund this project? I mean, you know what I'm saying? If you live at a house, your 911 would cover all your Ring doorbell and internet and everything. I'm just throwing that out there. Where are we looking for these funds?
Mr. Chairman, I think that's called property tax.
No, not. There is a thing of a property tax, which is based on real estate and valuation. You could have a tax based on just location, the house. I mean, if is 911 needs correlated with larger houses than smaller houses, or nicer houses or less nice houses? So a per unit tax, I mean, that's not out of the question. And in fact, that's not out of the question. And it might more match up with the demand on the system. So Mr. Johnson, back to you.
Thank you. I just think we need to think out of the box here. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Anything else?
Mr. Chairman,
thank you.
Just to address Representative Johnson's question, we have talked about some different ideas within the working group. Most of them have diversion issues. There was someone suggested trying to increase the fuel tax. Someone suggested trying to take part of the lodging tax and divert it, since we have such a large tourism population.
Yeah.
Those have diversion problems attached to them, but we're trying to be as creative to come up with a solution.
Senator Landon.
So real quickly.
Have you ever noticed when people say real quick, it's never real quick?
It's never quick.
Come on. Have you ever heard that? Senator Landon.
I'm going to hold us a few more minutes long. So, Ms. Levin, I guess you piqued my interest when you said that we have disparity or inequity in the system by taxing a telephone. And so that would beg the question in November when we gather again, why would we keep anything in place on that front if it's inequitable to start with? So I just throw that out there for all of us to think about, but I agree with the representative. We've got to think, my statement about support of this effort remains. I mean, this is something we've got to get done. So, thank you.
Ms. Levin, you'd certainly be able to respond.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Landon, the communications industry has long opposed using customer bills for these taxes, fees, assessments, and surcharges. So while my clients and I think my colleagues would love to see the 911 fee removed from phone bills, politically, I think that may be too much. And that you are looking at a hybrid system. But if you did that, you'd never see me come and testify on 911 again.
Gee, it might be worth it.
I promise.
All right, thank you very much.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Any other testimony on this issue? We're way running late, of course you realize that, and we still have 2 topics to go. Jeremiah. Mr. Riemann.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Jeremiah Riemann here on behalf of the Wyoming County Commissioners Association. I intend to be brief, and that is to just say I really do appreciate the work of the working group and the partnership we've had with our communications members in the state on this issue. But I did want to also acknowledge that you have brought forward this issue of consolidation. I'm not convinced that it's necessarily the panacea that we all might want it to be, but it's not lost on me that that needs to be a part of this conversation. And so we're trying to make sure that that's addressed.
But it is lost on 23 sheriffs across the state of Wyoming.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not sure that that's the case. I don't represent them, but Mr. Chairman, I will be working with Mr. Allen and others to see if we can bring you concepts that might hit on that particular issue.
I'd love that. Thank you. Appreciate it. Any questions for Mr. Riemann? Thank you. Anybody else on 911? Anybody else online on 911? Seeing nothing on 911, let's move to the next topic. Representative Webb.
On Tuesday, we were able to reconsider a vote. And I'm wondering if this vote, with the information we have now, may want to be reconsidered.
You certainly can reconsider. Would it be all right if we did it tomorrow? You're providing, if you want to move for reconsideration of the deal to have a bill drafted or to have a bill available, you can do it right now, or you could do it in the morning. Either way, I think according to committee rules, you have to do it at the same meeting, meaning one of the 2 days, or you have to provide an advance notice that you're going to have it at a subsequent meeting. Is that correct? I got that right? So you could do it anytime, today or tomorrow. And if you don't get it done today or tomorrow, you have to provide the committee with a certain number of days' notice. And I think it's 10 days or 2 weeks, I can't remember, before we do it again. So it's in order to reconsider.
I'd like to go ahead and see if we can make a motion and to reconsider that now.
Go ahead and make your motion.
Okay. I'd like to make the motion to reconsider the
idea of drafting a bill?
Right.
Yeah, we didn't have a specific amount. Is there a supporting, anybody support that? We got a support. So let's have a discussion about that. It is a debatable motion, right? Only the motion to table is not debatable. So we could revisit the idea. And Senator Steinmetz, do you want to defend your idea?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I believe that this is a good first step and a good start on a stopgap measure. It's the way this is consistently funded across the entire nation right now. So if I go to Colorado, there was a fee schedule in the information I provided you of what everybody in surrounding states are paying. Some people have a little more population than we do, and so they might, or they may have a hybrid system, and maybe we do need to move to a hybrid system. But again, this would just be a cap for the county commissioners to decide. It's not a fix-all, but it would just be available for us to consider that and the other solutions at our next meeting and decide which direction we want to go. So I'd like to have all options on the table. Thank you.
Do you want to go ahead and restate why you want to have the reconsideration? Or do you want somebody else to do it for you?
Sure.
Who would like to offer that?
Somebody want to help
Okay,
clarify?
Representative Weber?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think in light of some of the other information, it does seem like there's other avenues for this, and I think they're worth exploring.
Okay.
Thank you.
Fair enough. Anybody else want to weigh in on reconsideration? The vote I'm going to call for is just whether we're going to reconsider the vote or not. So I'm going to ask for a hand vote so I can see it. Representative Brown, you want to weigh in?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you. As I stated before, I do believe that taking care of this problem is the role of government. I just don't feel that this is the right avenue to take at this time. So with that, I will be voting no.
Okay. So I'm going to call for the vote on reconsideration. If you are in favor of reconsidering the vote of the previous motion, would you raise your hand? So I get a count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It's going to be hard to beat 9. So we're back on the original motion. I assume it's going to go the same way, but the motion is to have a bill drafted for the next meeting that would allow for placeholder for an increase in fees. And so this is an exact duplicate of what we did before. All those in favor, please raise your hand. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All those opposed, raise your hand. 1, 2, I lost one down there. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's failed. So, or the reconsideration passed and the original motion failed. So a lot could happen before the next meeting. Don't worry. Senator Landon.
Okay, so Mr. Chairman, just for clarification, we have no vehicle now to carry on this discussion in the third meeting. Do I read that correctly? In other words,
it's such a simple concept. If people wanted to put it forward at the next meeting, they could. It's just changing one number. It's not like we need a bill draft. If you really wanted to try to convince your colleagues, but right now they're not buying into it.
so, yeah, I get that we don't want that bill draft to serve as the vehicle to tackle 911, but I would just remind the committee, I think we should try to do something on the 911 front. So I'll leave that to my good chairman and look forward to November.
Thanks a lot. Mr. Co-Chairman.
Just a question, is there, or could there be a figure by then, a lump sum figure to send to appropriations with a caveat that if that's not adopted, we can fall back to a fee or tax?
Just in general, I think some people are concerned about a lack of information about cost. Some people just probably resent it being on phone bills, but there is room to fill the information gap and come forward with something that the working group comes up with. And if it's simple, we can have a bill. If it's not so simple, maybe it'll have to be an individual bill, but we will discuss it at our next meeting. Does that work? I can't think of a better idea.
Mr. Chairman.
Senator, Representative Yen.
I guess maybe I'll just make a motion for a 911 grant bill that just appropriates an X placeholder number for counties to implement 911, just for now, just so we have a draft.
Is there a second?
Second.
A second by the co-chairman. Did you hear the motion? Could you repeat the motion, Representative Yen?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Yes. So the motion is for a 911 grant bill that has a placeholder number of money to be appropriated to give grants to counties. And so essentially, no matter what, we're going to have to change this bill, but theoretically, it serves as a way for us to handle 911 as a corporations committee bill.
Mr. Chairman.
Discussion, Senator Steinmetz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Would you consider it a friendly amendment to ask that that be taken out of lodging tax fees?
Mr. Chairman, no, I would not consider that friendly.
Well, the tourists, I mean, we've got a lot of motorcycles coming through.
If you have an individual bill idea in this area, I might join you on the lodging tax idea. So as for part of it, but I don't think it'd provide enough. Right now, the tourism industry, they've got so much lodging tax, they're squirreling it away. But I'm not even sure that that money is enough to fund 911. I suspect this is going to be a big number. So anyway, it's kind of to have a general funding bill with a placeholder. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? So we have that. We can have that on the table. And honestly, you might think the tax is dead, but the tax is not dead, because it's a very simple concept that could come back if you guys were, and you wanted to partner with getting half from one place and half from another place. All that's still on the table, really. It's so simple. Okay, anything else on 911? can we do uniform mortgage with Mr. Meyer? And Mr. Meyer, this is the first time the committee's seeing this bill, but it's a uniform law. Would your intention be for us to final vote on it today, or could we carry it over to the next meeting after you explain it?
Well, I'm easy to go either way.
Okay. I think we should think about having this carried over, you guys. But let's hear the explanation. Go ahead.
Well, Mr. Chairman, Scott Meyer, on behalf of the Uniform Laws Commission, you know, I've always learned that nobody's completely worthless. You can always serve as a bad example. So when I look at this, I say, I am not going to say that I'm going to do this quickly, because it usually takes a little bit longer. This is the Uniform Mortgage Modification Act. And for those of you who have never heard of it, I'll tell you right now, Wyoming does not have any law on the books regarding how we modify mortgages. This law would clarify and simplify anything about regarding mortgage modifications. Most of us have had mortgages at one time or another, and we probably all hate them, but at the same time, this is what is used to secure a promissory note to pay something. So this is the collateral that you put up, like at a home or a piece of land or what have you. When this particular act, I think, will save borrowers time and money by reducing legal uncertainties and transaction costs. Specifically, this act creates safe harbors for common modifications while leaving others in law. Everybody knows what has happened over the last 4 years with regard to interest rates, for example. And we anticipate that there will be a change, maybe in September, on interest rates again. So you might find a need to find people that that want to modify those mortgages.
And Mr. Meyer?
Yes, sir.
I don't think you introduced yourself, and maybe you did at Blue Right Department. And I usually think of you as being with the bankers, but this is you as a Uniform Law Commissioner, right?
Scott Meyer on behalf of the Uniform Laws Commission.
Thank you. Perfect.
Yes. So mortgages, while we know they're common, there are many reasons why parties may wish to modify the mortgage or the obligations it secures. Residential and commercial borrowers may avoid a default or foreclosure with a modification that reduces payments or extends the loan or capitalizes unpaid interest. Parties may convert a construction loan into a permanent loan. Some credit facilities are updated and periodically to reflect changes in the market, and that will be between the lenders and the borrowers. So we may want to make changes because the market has changed, or they maybe want to substitute other portions of the debt. Some borrowers may wish to increase the amount of the loans for whatever reason. The parties often find that the questions about the effect of a modification really revolve around the priority of a mortgage that cause delays and prevent them from completing that modification. At best, this uncertainty about priority leads to increased transaction costs, which are ultimately passed on to the borrower. And at worst, this uncertainty may discourage lenders from even considering a request to modify a mortgage. So why is priority important? Most of you probably know, but just in case you don't, the priority of a mortgage determines which mortgage loan gets paid first if the borrower, one, stops paying, or two, goes into bankruptcy, or three, is foreclosed upon. So maintaining a first lien priority is better for lenders, but it is also benefits borrowers because lenders are less likely to agree to a modification if their priority is at risk. So what's the problem right now that we have without a statute? Without a statute, the law is unclear about whether a modification of a mortgage loan affects the priority of the mortgage, and that results often in litigation over priority because we want to make sure that we understand where that priority is, especially if you're the lender. Generally, courts focus on whether a modification is a material adverse effect on junior lien holders ruling often that priority may be lost in whole or part if the modification materially prejudices junior lien holders. You can't put the junior lien holder in a worse position. So to avoid the risk of losing priority, senior lien holders may request a junior lien holder to consent to a modification. Sometimes junior lien holders just say no. They're just a problem. Or they junior lien holders will hold it at ransom, say we will, but for a payment. So in addition, without a statute regarding modification is found, there's usually a problem if you have a novation or a whole new project. So you add on to the loan, you can't do that kind of stuff. But any kind of a change like that would result in the loss of priority. Furthermore, confusion exists as to whether mortgage modification can be whether it should be recorded to maintain mortgage priorities. For residential borrowers, obtaining the acknowledgement, the notary statement, and everything else required sometimes presents a barrier to completing a mortgage modification, depending on where you're at and what you're doing. And finally, as some of you have known, have probably seen ads, whatever, but if the state has a statute addressing address mortgages for out-of-state, like Rocket Mortgage or some of these others, the locals depend on a greater or lesser to extent on out-of-state lenders for financing, and we're seeing more of that in Wyoming all the time. Out-of-state lenders sometimes would like to be more familiar with how we do mortgage modifications, and so hence the idea of a uniform act. So how does this work? If you saw the draft that was handed to you, the act creates a specific common mortgage modification safe harbors. 343104A establishes a matter of law the 4 areas that where you can do mortgage modification. The effect of that is to eliminate or lower the transaction costs of just common modifications, saving time and money. And these transaction costs on many loans may include but are not limited to recording fees, title insurance endorsements, and legal opinions. Not that we have anything against legal opinions. 343104A will benefit borrowers and lenders, large and small, commercial and residential. So these things are listed: extension of maturity date, a decrease of interest rate, changes in methods of calculating interest, capitalization of interest, forgiveness, forbearance, or reduction of a secured debt, modification of escrow and reserve account requirements, modification of existing conditions for the advancement of funds, modification of any financial covenants, like you have to have so much of gross income every year, or modification of the amount or schedule resulting from other safe harbor modifications. Material prejudice and similar standard is the common basis in determining modification and which causes the loss of priority. So what we're trying to do is fix that. Modifications that fall outside of those safe harbors are excluded. And so therefore, things like will release or addition to or changing of the collateral, can't change that. Changes in the borrower or the guarantor, doesn't work. And transfers of the loan. Those are things that can have a material impact on junior lien holders. So we want to make sure we do take care of that. So 343104B makes it clear that the act does not make those changes and is subject to existing law. That is the whole basis of the Uniform Act. Now, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to switch my hat. Scott Meyer on behalf of the Wyoming Bankers Association. This is a good law, but I will tell you that having worked with a lot of you on other statutes like our Corporations Act, our Registered Agents Act, and our Limited Liability Company Act, we, Wyoming, likes to do our own home cooking. So the big problem I have with this bill is that it tells you what it covers, but it doesn't tell you what it fails to cover. So the preserving and of the priority of a real estate mortgage, for example, seems like it's okay when you have all these exceptions in there when under 104B, where it talks 1 through 10, here's what we can cover, but it doesn't tell you what we're not covering. And Wyoming, since it doesn't have a Mortgage Modification Act of any sort, we don't have any current court decisions that talk about, in particular, how a priority of a mortgage lien if the interest rate on the debt is increased, or loan advances that are not obligatory but instead optional, depending on how the note's written. Other states have made these changes. Now, I will tell you that there are 2 other states that have adopted this, Nevada and Utah, and West Virginia has it on their books for this year to look at. But my problem is that from the Wyoming Bankers Association is I don't care what other states do. I want to know what Wyoming does, and I don't want to be subservient to other states. So if you keep things the way they are right now, you look under 343104C, I suggest that we add language. We add an additional sentence that says, this act is not to be construed so as to negate the validity or priority of a mortgage modification not described in subsection B. So why is this needed? Because if you look at that on the draft one, the 105 says that state courts must consider how other jurisdictions apply to this act. Frankly, I don't care how other states apply this act. I'm concerned about how Wyoming applies this act, and I want it subject to Wyoming law. And I don't want our courts to determine, well, yes, but in the state that's south of us, or east of us, or north of us treats it. I think that we had to have that modification there that says this is how Wyoming is going to treat it, and we're not going to worry too much about what is excluded. I like the law the way it is, why modifications are needed, and the areas that it can be in there. But I don't want to leave it carte blanche that anything that we haven't discussed before, we'll look to make sure we're uniform with a lot of other states. Because we do a lot of what we call home cooking, and I want to keep it that way. If we want to make a change, then we come back to the legislature and we say, we need to make a change on this. But until that point, that's where it is. So, Mr. Chairman, I certainly stand for any questions, but I think with that addition on there, that bill is ready to rock and roll.
So questions, let's start with Representative Lucas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Meyer, a pleasure, and thank you so much for putting on your Wyoming banker's hat. I was waiting for that because the other one I can't identify with as much. I have a couple of questions. So would this act then require mods to be recorded? They are not all recorded now.
Right.
So I think you said it was regardless of whether it was recorded or not, right?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Representative Lucas, we won't change Wyoming law. So Wyoming law says mortgages have to be, would the modification need to be? Not necessarily, no. As long as we're making modifications to the loan and it fits within those categories, that mortgage will stand and it will not be, lose its priority.
Got it? Anything else,
Yes,
Representative?
thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
So would this bill then require a junior lien holder to agree? Because sometimes they don't, as you said. I just guess I'm a little fuzzy on how that interaction would change, if any. Would there be a change?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Lucas, it would not. That's the priority. This Mortgage Modification Act would not require the junior lien holders to consent.
So in other words, any of these changes could be made, but the junior, they wouldn't have a say in the matter. But they wouldn't lose their priority either. They still remain the junior. And if they were second and there was a third one behind them, they'd still be second. But these changes could happen without asking for permission from the junior.
And Mr. Chairman, I would add, if you look at the exceptions that allow you to do that, is premised on the idea that you're not going to damage the junior lien holder. If you were going to change payment structures, I mean, make them more lengthy because you want to save the loan, that's one thing. But if you're going to say, no, we're going to double these up or we're going to do what have you, and that change the collateral and that affects a junior lien holder, then it would not apply.
Follow up?
You bet. Go right ahead.
Thank you. What about rate increases then? Would that be one of those?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Representative Lucas, yeah, that would be something that you could not do because a rate increase, unless it's part of the agreement and already written in the mortgage that has something in there, that would change the ability of the payments, which would affect a junior lien holder.
So interest rate change.
Usually a change increase would be a problematic, change decrease, which maybe a lot of people may want to do with new existing loans, would definitely be excluded and would not have to be recorded again in new loans.
Okay. Anything else?
Just two more.
You bet.
Thank you. So what's your take on how Wyoming mortgage lenders feel about this?
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Lucas, I will tell you that I think all Wyoming lenders would value this because they'll keep the loans, they'll keep the customers that they have, and the lenders won't have to spend a lot of money trying to get changes through or fight the fight of whether that change is going to lose their priority. They'll be more willing to work with their customers to make the customers within whatever guidelines they have. And that's part of the deal that we have, is that sometimes borrowers get into trouble and you want to make sure you can say, look, I'd like to maybe reduce some of this. Maybe we'll capitalize some of the interest so your payments change as long as it's not impacting the junior lien holder. Wyoming lenders would like this.
Anybody else? Go ahead. Oh, I'm sorry. You had another one. I apologize.
Yeah. So I know you just kind of commented on that, but I guess I'm wondering what problem is this solving? Because I know we do mods all the time now, and they seem to be working. I guess I'm wondering what good is this going to do us?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Lucas, I will tell you that right now, all the modifications that happen in Wyoming now require that you go back and re-record everything, and whether it's a small minor change or whether it's a novation of a whole new loan, your priority is going to depend on first in time, first in right in Wyoming. So if there's a junior lien holder, you just lost out unless you had their permission to subordinate their loan, which they sometimes do, and sometimes they'll say, I'll do it for a fee. But right now in Wyoming, any kind of a modification has to be re-recorded, which calls for new title commitments, calls for new appraisals sometimes, everything that goes with that.
Driving up the cost of housing.
Driving up the cost of housing.
Thank you.
At least borrowing.
Looking down this way, Representative Locke.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, and I'm sorry, I'm a little thick here, I'm slow on this one, but so you said that it theoretically a modification, this is obviously to the primary lien holder, is what it sounds like. But in this package, it does say, it doesn't allow increase in the percent rate, but it appears to allow a change from, for example, a fixed to a floating rate. Could that be considered something that puts a junior lien holder at risk? Just throwing that out, you banker people know better than me, but that seems like an area where a junior lien holder has no say, and it could put the loan at more risk. Just throw it.
Mr. Meyer.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Locke, I will tell you that will be, those terms of where it can change will have to be in the mortgage agreement to start with. So the original mortgage is filed in there, and you're saying, yeah, well, this is subject to a change, or if operating costs or whatever change in your profitability changes, it could, or risk changes, it goes up. That's all in the mortgage agreement already to start with. What this is saying is that if you decide you wanted to lower those interest rates, you wouldn't have to change it. You could just make the change yourself. You wouldn't have to re-record it.
Anybody else? Did I hear you say that the primary lien holder could extend the terms of the loan, and that would come under this? Did I hear that right? I mean, the time period.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, that is correct. I mean, understanding that the terms of the loan the original mortgage may have something that is fixed, and you want to make changes to it, as long as it does not create a problem with the junior lien holder, that is correct on there. What I'm saying is that if the payments went down because you expended, well, that's not going to affect the junior lien holder.
Right. But if the senior loan is due and payable within 10 years, all right, and then you now make it, you modify it so that it's due and payable in 15 years. If I'm the second person on that list, I may feel affected by that because I was going to have to wait 10 years and then I move up to be primary. But now I have to wait 15 years. Am I missing something or is that right?
No, I think, Mr. Chairman, I think the way that that works is that if that is in fact something that would, as they put in there, changes in the method of doing that stuff and how you do it, if that's not in the original mortgage agreement,
Right.
then that could in fact impact the junior lien holder. And so anything that would impact the junior lien holder would not qualify.
So the answer is the same as to Representative Locke. If
Absolutely.
it was in the original, it has to be in the original mortgage documents.
Correct.
And any new documents that come about.
Correct.
So if they wanted to impose those things on now, even with this Uniform Act, since the original documents didn't have it, they'd have to get permission from the subsidiary lien holders, wouldn't they?
Correct, Mr. Chairman. And that's why under 3430-104B, here are the safe harbors.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't, but those safe harbors are in there. Anything that falls under those would not impact the priority, so you wouldn't have to re-record it. But anything outside that, you certainly would.
Just in a very big sense, this is for mortgages starting and going forward, by and large.
Mr. Chairman, no, this would apply to anything that's out there. I mean, depending on what's in your mortgage agreement that gets recorded, but this would apply now to everything because the idea is that we want to continue to be able to modify these mortgages to help the borrowers meet their obligations without imposing anything additional on the junior lien holders.
So I'm tripping up, and it's been a long day, but when you say that it has to be in the original documents, but then this can apply, I'm having a disconnect on this.
Mr. Chairman, I think because if you said you wanted to extend the time period of making those payments, that doesn't fall under those exceptions. But if you wanted to change the interest rate and reduce it, then in fact, you wouldn't have to go get a new mortgage. You could just have an agreement that we're modifying this one.
But Representative Locke's question about moving to a variable, for example, how does that fit in?
Well, that's not reducing the interest, that's going from a fixed interest to a variable. So that wouldn't fall under the exceptions. It would not.
Okay.
Unless
Sorry.
it was already in
I
the
misunderstood the
agreement.
first time around. Apologize.
Yep.
Anybody else? Sure, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to make a clarifying statement, if that's all right. A mortgage modification is only in existence when a mortgage is in trouble, when foreclosure appears to be imminent. This wouldn't be a refinance or anything like that, because I'm not sure that that's clear to everybody. It's really to save a mortgage from going bad.
Mr. Chairman, yes and no, but I do think that if interest rates right now, if we talked about what the housing rates right now, if it's 6.5, and this law is in place, and all of a sudden the feds decide they're going to drop this down by a whole basis point here, then all of a sudden it would make sense for you to say, geez, I don't want to lose them as a customer. I'd rather change the mortgage now and the note as opposed to going back and refinancing, because if I have to refinance it and re-record it, I might lose priority on something.
Senator Steinmetz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That was my question, because if mortgage rates do go down, this would allow a lot of our constituents to go in and refi without paying the extra title insurance, the recording fees, all of those things. Is that correct?
That'd be nice.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Steinmetz, that's exactly right, and that's why this is so important to us.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Senator Steinmetz. That helps a lot. Anybody else? Is there any other public testimony on this issue? Any testimony online? So I guess the question is, do you want to have this bill available for final vote at our next meeting and notice it? And what would you like to do about Mr. Meyer's proposed modification? Got a motion? We got a motion by Lucas. Is there a second? Okay, I got it down a Huff. And then what about the amendment that Mr. Meyer proposed? Anybody want to add that to the bill? Okay, so restate the amendment, would you, Mr. Meyer?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I would add to the end of 3430-104C another sentence that says, "This act is not to be construed so as to negate the validity or priority of a mortgage modification not described in subsection B."
Okay, and that was your motion, Senator Steinmetz. Was there a second to that? Got a
Mr.
second by Brown. And so discussion on that?
Mr. Chairman.
Representative Yen?
So, Mr. Chairman, I'm trying to understand how this is different than what's on the bottom of page 10, the subsection C. So that text says, "The effect of a mortgage modification not described in subsection B of this section is not governed by this act." So maybe this was something that was already handled in drafting? I don't know. Josh?
Mr. Anderson?
Mr. Chairman, I think this would be an addition to just make it clear that it's not attempting to change, it's not implying that those acts would affect priorities. I think it would be a slight distinction.
Okay, any further discussion? I'm calling for the question. All those in favor of Senator Steinmetz's proposed amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, that's carried. Back on the bill. The motion would be to carry it forward to our next meeting. We may have other people weigh in on it. I don't think we should finish it today. Do you guys agree? I think there might be other players out there that we don't know about. So the motion would be to carry it forward to our next meeting where we would have a final vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no? Okay, there you go.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Must be like 1:30 in the afternoon. So the next one is, we're back to associations again. What do you guys want to do?
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Landon.
Mr. Chairman, we, in my opinion, spent plenty of time on this afternoon. It's virtually the same.
Wasn't it?
Yeah, or maybe it was this morning. I'm not sure, but I mean, obviously, it's up to you, Mr. Chairman, if you want to open it up for public comment and go through that again. I frankly don't think this bill is a committee bill. That's my opinion. Maybe the panel feels differently, but I'm inclined to just let it rest quietly, and if somebody wants to bring it during the session, they can certainly do that.
Mr. Co-Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, yeah, I think it could be something that just involves direct distribution, tying that to no lobbying amount, so.
Anybody else want to weigh in? I'm not seeing a motion. So with that, I think we're adjourned until 8:30 in the morning. I thank you for the very long, hard day, and I apologize. Probably packed too much on the agenda.
Reminded me of second grade.
Reminded me of the last Corporations Committee.